2, LM 2021-0644, from Sisters in Diaspora Collective submitting a proposal for the use of ARP COVID-19 relief funds to reduce housing inequity in the city. 3, a workshop to review portions of the annual city budgets proposed for the fiscal year commencing on July 1st, 2022. The following city departments will be heard. A, Chief Administrator's Office, Enterprise Fund, Eavesdrop Tower Communications, Lighthouse Carousel, Walker Skating Rink, Alling Memorial Golf Course. B, Public Library. C, Public Safety Communications. The next one should read D, Department of Engineering. The next one should read E, Department of Parks and Public Works. These items are filed with the city clerk and may be inspected at room 202, 200 Orange Street, New Haven. Per order, the Honorable Adam Marchand, Chair, attest Michael Smart, City Clerk. If you need a disability-related accommodation, please call 3 business days in advance at 946-7651 voice or 946-8582 TTY. In accordance with the City of New Haven COVID-19 requirements, all attendees must wear masks. Thank you everyone for being here. We'll next proceed with introductions of committee members, starting with my colleague to whom I'm pointing.
Stephen Winter, Ward 21.
Thank you.
Aisha Overmyer, Ward 23.
Sal DiCola, Ward 18. Ron Hurt, Ward 3.
Adam Marchand, Ward 25.
Yvette Hamilton, Ward 24.
Frank Douglas, Ward 2.
Thank you, members of the committee, for being here this evening. I expect 1 or 2 more will be here before long. I also wish to recognize Alders Sal Punzo, Alder Singh, Captain Singh, and Alder Charles Decker, who are also with us. I appreciate everybody who's here. I want to first announce that item number 2 on the agenda, we will pass over. We will not hear item 2 this evening, but we will soon start with item 1, which I suspect is what brings most of our public here. That will begin with the presentation from city staff laying out the mayor's proposal. After that, we are going to go straight into public testimony. I want to let everyone know that we are not intending to vote on the item this evening. It's a very large and important item. We definitely want to hear the public. And it's our intention at this time to continue that public hearing in a future Finance Committee meeting to be announced soon. And after we hear all the public testimony on item 1, the ARPA item, we will close the public portion. We will then take a reset to allow folks who wish to leave to go ahead and go, to give alders a chance to stand up and stretch. And then we'll proceed to the second part of the meeting, which is the departmental workshops on the mayor's proposed budget. Everyone here is welcome to stay for that second portion of the meeting. It'll be riveting, no doubt. But if you wish to leave, the most convenient time to do that will be when we recess the meeting briefly after the public hearing on item 1. Okay? So that is how we will proceed. And before we begin, I want to acknowledge Alder Sarah Miller, who has also joined us this evening. Would you like to introduce yourself, Alder?
Ernie Santiago, Ward 15. Thank you.
Member of the committee, thank you. Okay. So, having made those announcements, we will now proceed with the presentation from city staff on item 1. And as these public servants are approaching, I want to say a quick word about these microphones. They're finicky. There's a button on it. Don't push the button. I don't know why there's a button on it, because it begs pushing, but do not push the button, because it will turn off the microphone. You have to hold the microphone close to your face. See how I'm doing it? If you do not hold it close to your face, members in this chamber may not be able to hear. We want everyone in this room to hear everything that people say. So we're going to ask colleagues, please take care to use the mic, the members of the public, care to use the microphone properly. And when your turn is to come up and speak, you'll have to give your name and address to the record. So now, folks, we have two microphones.
Good evening, August and committee members. Michael Gorman, 45 Jefferson Road, Brantford, Connecticut, City Acting Controller.
Good evening, Alders. My name is Michael Piscatelli, Economic Development Administrator for the city, and I reside at 353 Summit Street in New England. Good evening.
Don't press buttons. We're doing this a lot. Carlos is here, Deputy Economic Development Administrator, 244.
DJ Talley, Policy Analyst in the Mayor's Office, 55 East Pearl Street, New Haven.
So I understand that people want to be able to hear, and if you raise your hand, maybe that will be a less disruptive way to let me know you can't hear. But I would like, for the sake of everybody being able to hear each other, if we could just, one person having the floor at a time would be great. Thank you.
Chair Marchand, Vice Chair Hurd. First of all, just wanted to say thank you, members of the committee, members of the public who've come out tonight, and also who joined our civic space meetings earlier on. It's an honor to present to you what we call the Phase 3 appropriation from the American Rescue Plan. We're going to go through a presentation deck tonight, which walks through the investments. But I'll give you just some opening remarks. We're going to turn it over to Carlos and Dejanay to walk through the presentation, and Michael Gormany on the administrative side. All of our program leads are here as well, should you have Q&A that may arise from you as committee members or from the general public. I think as a general point, and maybe as a point of reflection as well, we have, as a community, suffered a very profound personal, at times, and often economic impact associated with the pandemic. Over 6 million people have died around the world related to COVID-19, nearly 10,000 Connecticut residents. That pain has been balanced, of course, by the profound and very specific efforts we have all made towards resilience and recovery. And we feel that in the inspiration going forward into this year. Just to give you a sense more, we now have over 70% of our population over 5 vaccinated. Over 100 brick and mortars have opened throughout the city, throughout the pandemic. Really excited about that growth in small business here. Our census number, even through the challenges of counting everyone in the city, our city population rose 3.3%. And as a general point, our economic recovery has been on par or better than what we're seeing anywhere in New England. That has an awful lot to do with the work that the alders do, our community, the inspiration that we see every day from people that want to be here. This, for you, is not the first time you've seen the American Rescue Plan, the local recovery fund. Other tranches have been here before, and we do want to acknowledge and express our gratitude for particularly the summer reset, which really restored a sense of well-being and mental health and belonging here in the city, not least through things like the yard pop-ups, events that we did out in the community, restoration of things in our public parks, and also the support that we were able to do for cultural equity and small business. There are many challenges here forward, not least related to income inequity, the disparate and disproportionate impact that some of our neighbors have felt through the pandemic relative to other parts of the state or the nation. And what we've tried to do with this Phase 3 program is be responsive to what we heard in the civic space process, look at the data and the evidence based in our approach going forward, and provide a schedule and an administrative pathway such that we could be responsive to the federal directive, which is to move our investments out on the street and provide the appropriate response so people that can recover and that we can stay on schedule with a very vibrant community going forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Carlos, talk a little bit about the process, and then Dejanay will go through the investment plan, and Michael will go through the administrative piece. Again, our program leads are here as well. If any questions? Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Piscatelli. Before we proceed, I would like to recognize Alder Festa, who's a member of the Finance Committee, who has joined us. And I would also just quickly let folks know that there is room still to sit down. So if you can come in, look for a seat, we'd love to see you. If you're standing by the table looking to sign in, by all means do so if you intend to testify. If you're not intending to testify, you do not need to sign in. So if you're not intending to testify, go ahead and find yourself a place to sit. And we'll be glad to see your faces. Faces here.
Thank you all. Mr. Piscitelli referenced the sort of the guiding principles of the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan funding. And I think you just sort of set the table a little bit, especially since it's now been out since the American Rescue Plan's been out for over a year. You know, one of the first things that President Biden did when he came into office was enact Executive Order 13985, which was advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. So this is directing the federal government to revise agency policies all across the federal government agencies, to revise agency policies to make up for the history of systemic racism and racial inequities that plague the United States. So this was a big, I'd say, a big guiding force in some of the planning that we did for phase 3 of American Rescue Plan in New Haven. We call it phase 3, of course, because the Board of Aldermen has approved the first 2 phases, right? So this would be the third phase of funding that you guys that the Board of Aldermen would approve. So so what we sort of did was, it's something that we do well in New Haven, I think. We decided to really, have a robust community engagement process. At that point, we had brought on a new director of cultural affairs who had helped us work up something we call the civic space, which was sort of a multi-platform way of getting community input during the pandemic, both involving in-person meetings when possible, and certainly through much of the pandemic, online platforms. And some of the goals of our community engagement that were enshrined in the civic space were engaging residents to identify needs and priorities to reduce economic inequality, acknowledge and discuss impacts of systemic racism, which we know is a hard conversation in many communities. I think, again, we do it well in New Haven, but it is always a hard conversation, I think, to wrestle with this and to as this legacy in our nation. Deepen collaboration among residents, governments, community-based organizations, and institutions, things that we also do already with community management teams, all the work the alders do in the community, office hours, those kinds of things that we're already so familiar with. And then make policy making and governance more equitable and transparent. Among the outcomes, not only would we want to come up with new and expanded citywide initiatives to reduce the racial wealth gap and promote economic power, but we also want to we don't want to recreate the wheel. We sort of want to take what's already working well with a lot of our existing partners, not-for-profits, non-government organizations, and city government, and sort of expand the programs that are working, and while creating new programs where we're able. Just to touch a little more on the anti-racism side of the phase 3 work. Many of us in the city and our partners in not-for-profits and NGOs all over the city were also undertaking some anti-racism training at the time by a PSAB, which is the People. It's a long acronym, but it's a national organization, and it has 5 guiding principles, anti-racist principles that that they recommend you use when you're doing any sort of community engagement. So some of them were learn from history to address systemic and institutional racism, develop leadership intentionally within local communities and organizations, and work with an abundance mindset and openness to possibilities, and strive for accountability to the residents of New Haven, and also commit to foster anti-racist visionary spaces. So we were sort of led through this anti-racism training while we were simultaneously crafting phase 3 with the support of our cultural affairs director and her team. So hopefully this was done intentionally and really part of the civic space engagement process. Just to really touch quickly on the civic space engagement process, there was 5 community meetings in the community over the course of last summer, primarily, last spring, summer, and fall. Really, what was impressive was in May of 2021. So we were sort of darting in and out of COVID infection. So moving inside, moving outside, moving inside when possible, moving outside, or going remote if we needed to. In May of 2021, we had our first meeting, and this was sort of during an early break in COVID infection. And we had over 75 people, including the majority seniors, turn out to Hillhouse High School last May for our first community forum. And that really was an inspiring moment, considering most of us have been apart from our community members, family members, neighbors for much of the year, right? So we had 20 stakeholder focused group of conversations, including several with the Board of Alders in small groups. I think we broke the Alders into about groups of 10 over that summer and fall. And we also had a robust civic space portal, which was an online platform for those folks who were unable to attend in person, not comfortable attending in person. And we really worked hard to make sure that they were able to participate remotely. The 4 issues, harkening back to what I mentioned about anti-racist principles and President Biden's executive order. The 4 issues that really bubbled to the top the most amongst our residents were income inequality, intergenerational wealth, building generational wealth in Black and brown communities, home ownership rates and the disparity in our communities on home ownership, and access to institutional capital, so things like lending and that sort of thing. So just talk a little bit really quick before I hand off to Dejanay and Mike, Mr. Gormany. Some of the key feedback that people shared were, again, some of the stuff we touched on earlier. Programs that address immediate needs, but that are tied to a long-term strategy, prioritize the most vulnerable and those excluded from current relief programs, and include a mix of supported services and direct financial assistance. And then probably most importantly, incorporate authentic partnerships with our existing grassroots organizations and community groups in New Haven. Some of the, and you'll see as Ms. Talley takes us through some of the 5 programmatic themes that really bubbled to the 5 program buckets are themes that came out of these 4 major areas of focus. You'll see that we really spent some time. We were partnering with a lot of our partners already. So you'll see when we talk about things like early childhood, which Ms. Talley will get into, early childhood education and strengthening that ecosystem, which Ms. Talley will get into shortly. We received input from organizations like All Our Kin, Circle. We also received input from district groups of sickle cell anemia activists. One of the other big areas, which is not maybe one of the top 4 based on ranked voting from the participants, but when it came to climate, we have proposals from the New Haven Climate Movement, Sunrise, which is a youth environmental justice organization. To the point earlier about home ownership, we had a lot of emphasis on housing from our partners all over the city. The Greater New Haven Regional Alliance and Homelessness has a proposal which would fall in line with much of what we're proposing for affordable housing and housing and homelessness. City Communities, which is our local housing authority, has a proposal again to that would lead to building more affordable housing units, and is sort of enshrined in some of the stuff that Ms. Talley is going to talk about. So with that, I think Ms. Talley will take you through where we're going with these, what we call the program themes, which are for phase 3, and this sort of encompasses some of the things that we heard in the civic space process.
Thank you, Mr. Izagure. And before we begin, let me recognize Alder Richard Furlow, who has joined us in the committee. I also would like to recognize Alder Scrutiny and Alder Shafiq Abu Sabur, right here this evening.
Okay.
Thank you. So this portion of the presentation provides an overview of the proposed funding allocations, consistent with federal guidance and insights from the civic space process that we've already discussed here today. You'll see 5 of the 4 themes under which recovery programs will fall, hopefully, in this 3rd phase. The first of which is early childhood and youth engagement, and that's intended to support services to and programs for our under 18 population here in New Haven. The I'm Home initiative, which is centered around increasing housing access across the city. Wealth creation and economy, which is centered on entrepreneur and business support, as well as supporting economic recovery for residents through financial services. Vocational and technical education, which is focused on building and supporting a workforce for the future. And climate emergency, which supports various ways for New Haven to be more eco-friendly, while also cost saving. I should also note that while these are the 5 main buckets that sort of bubble to the surface through the civic space process and some internal research, there are also 2 additional buckets, 2 additional programs, public health and infrastructure, as well as the land bank that we also propose. And I'll describe all 7 of these categories shortly. If we turn to the next slide, which is titled proposed phase 3 program allocations, you'll see a pie chart. On the left, you'll see the cost of these programs reflected in the pie chart on the left, and it's sort of more line item form on the right. We started with 115 million, of which a total of 38 million was allocated in phases 1 and 2. Here today, we're proposing 53 million to be allocated to the 7 categories I just mentioned. And just to provide some context on the next slide.
So colleagues who are following this slide here. Unfortunately,
Oh, sorry, I started on 12.
you're starting from, they don't have page numbers. Always number your pages. That's a lesson for anyone doing a presentation. Make sure they're page numbers. And just to repeat, you said there were 7 areas of policy that these funds would be allocated to: youth engagement, early childhood, I'm Home initiative, wealth creation and economy, vocational and technical initiatives, climate emergency and movement study, public health and infrastructure, and New Haven land. Please continue.
So to provide some context, there are some foundational insights that we gathered that guided our thinking in constructing this proposal. For youth and early childhood, we're responding to an ongoing need for youth to have opportunities for pro-social programming and engagement. For early childhood, there's also a need to support our local care industry, which is financially overburdened and under-resourced. We also want to increase access to care for families, as daycare, as many folks know, is a barrier to employment. For I'm Home, we're responding to a critical need for affordable housing to our residents who have experienced increased burdens and barriers to access in recent years, especially with the pandemic. For wealth creation, we're responding to the poverty rate, as well as the way that businesses have suffered through the pandemic. Again, paying close attention to Black and brown businesses due to disparities that already existed prior to the pandemic, but were exacerbated by it. For VOTEC, we're responding to the current state of post-secondary opportunities for our students, as well as forecasts of statewide need for workers in key skill-based jobs, including things like manufacturing and IT. And finally, for climate emergency, we're responding to unprecedented levels of CO2 concentration, to rising sea levels, and also a state mandate to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 80% in less than 30 years. I think it's 2050. So now I will walk you all through each of the categories to give you an idea of the types of programs that would fall under each. And we're hoping that, and we're confident that these programs will help move the city forward in this 3rd phase. So for youth engagement, YARD will continue, the Youth and Rec Department, sorry. YARD will continue to expand on the great work they've been doing with family youth engagement programs, especially as we come around to summer again, and everyone is familiar with the summer reset program from last summer. In addition to increasing those services, they will also continue to support their youth employment program. I'm going to skip down a little bit. It's relatedly to youth engagement. We also want to develop and operate youth centers, or pods, these sort of smaller youth centers, to increase coverage of youth center services in the city, and especially in neighborhoods that don't currently have them. and this would be done by the reuse of existing space where feasible. For early childhood, recognizing that providers have varying degrees of vulnerability and need, we'd like to roll out a sort of innovation challenge where we offer a little bit of flexibility for them to apply for grants through proposals for programs that address some of the needs that came out of the civic space process, and some of the needs that were underscored by parents and providers through that process. This might include something like a homeownership program for family providers, apprenticeship programs to address the workforce shortage among early childhood education centers, as well as programs that otherwise expand their capacity to serve more families and more young children in the city. For the I'm Home initiative, we have a few different programs underneath here that I'd like to talk about today. The first is the Neighborhood Development Initiative, which will further wealth creation. Some of these you'll find overlap a little bit. Some of these programs will serve more than one bucket. But the Neighborhood Development Initiative will help support wealth creation through affordable home ownership. I'm sure folks in the room are familiar with the Thompson and Winchester program. It'll be similar to that. There's also the Fair Housing Fund to help support things like upgrades, gap financing for projects that have an element of affordable housing to it, or other projects with a supportive housing component. Additionally, there's a rental assistance fund that's designed to run parallel to or package with other forms of support that already exist and are already working in the city, including United Way and CAA programs. And we'd also like to establish an affordable unit registry as a resource for residents who are seeking affordable housing to ease the way in which they're able to search for it. For wealth creation, you'll see that we propose a small business fund. This will be a grant program, likely to be percentage-based, where funds will be matched with a contribution from the business or the grantee. Consistent again with President Biden's executive order and the civic space insights that we collected earlier in the process. The terms will be extremely favorable and have targeted marketing to Latinx communities and small contractors. The Economic Resiliency Fund is designed to help larger businesses for long-haul economic competitiveness, and this might include the purchase of a large piece of machinery, or perhaps a pivot to digital or 3D technology to support that business. We'd also like to provide a direct grant to the Financial Services Center, mainly to add more counselors as folks are trying to navigate financial planning, debt management, and relief, and to provide some resources to residents to navigate that space. And finally, under this category, through arts and culture, we also seek to continue the implementation of our cultural equity plan through support of creative entrepreneurs in the art space. For VOTEC, we want to invest in transforming and building upon the vocational and technical education landscape here in the city that already exists, especially for students as they look to transition into careers, namely those that require specialized training rather than college. And that pay a livable wage. As there's already a working group that's continuing to develop this VOTEC plan but as a programmatic example, District Arts, for example, currently provides software engineering and digital training to cohorts of students. I think for $400,000 a cohort, and a lot of these students are already linked to employment by the time they finish the program. I also believe we have a few folks here to talk about their own VOTEC programs, which can give you an idea of how we're trying to integrate it as a citywide center stage initiative for the students in the region. For climate emergency, the goal of these two programs comes in two parts. First, we want to provide direct support to homeowners and renters to lower their monthly bills through energy efficiency and non-carbon systems. For example, the I Heart My Home initiative, which is run through the utility companies. They come in, they do an assessment, and those assessments allow for a series of carbon-free improvements to be made to homes that then reduce monthly utility bills for residents. And secondly, we seek to support energy efficiency and non-carbon for our city facilities. And some of the things under this umbrella might include electric plug-ins, electric stations for an electrified fleet, solar panels in parking lots, and other zero carbon approaches to our buildings here in New Haven. Under public health, this will be a direct grant to the health department to purchase equipment and other general services that support health and well-being among residents in New Haven. For the second part of that, which is partially about public parks, it comes from the pandemic and realizing that we really rely on public space and public parks. And so we want to make sure that folks can continue to do so and do so in spaces that we maintain and that we upkeep and that we can improve upon. Finally, I feel like I'm going wrong. We're proposing a seed grant for the New Haven Land Bank. This would represent a new entity, which of course would come back to you all for final approval. But it would be similar to how other land banks are set up in municipalities across the state. You'll see that it's listed as 4 million, and that's not a lot of money, but will help get the implementation started, similar to EDC a few years ago. And that is all 7 of the programs. It's a light touch description of each. I just want to mention that the department heads and other key staff are here to answer specific questions regarding programming under each one of those categories at the conclusion of the presentation. But for now, I'll turn it over to Mr. Gormley to discuss administrative protocol.
All right, thank you, Dejanay. Starting with the slide titled New Haven Local Recovery Fund Administrative Protocol. That's where I'll start off in regards to the administrative side of the American Rescue Plan. As we talk about, there are really 4 main categories that President Biden, U.S. Treasury, outlined in relation to the American Rescue Plan. We've talked about these prior, but as a summary, is to respond to the public health emergency for small businesses, nonprofits, and households to respond due to the negative impact of COVID-19. Excuse me. For workers, in regards to premium pay, essential workers who have worked throughout the pandemic, for government services, local governments or counties, or nonprofits as well. The provision of government services due to lost revenue, we talked about that. As you know, cities and towns have been hit hard due to the pandemic, and to provide government services, the American Rescue Plan does allow for cities and towns to recover revenue. Again, we've done that in fiscal year 21 and talked about that during our monthly meetings. And again, there's 4 areas to make investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. The reporting requirements. The Office of Management and Budget reports to, with the city departments directly to the U.S. Treasury. So just to give an outline, we have to put each project into what the U.S. Treasury calls an expenditure category. So the U.S. Treasury outlines different categories related to the program that we will outline in our reporting. And then we have to report on a quarterly basis to the U.S. Treasury. So depending on the type of program, some is just a fiscal report, and some is what we call evidence-based, which is demographics, how this has impacted the community, and other areas. So the U.S. Treasury outlines those type of reporting requirements for cities and towns to provide. Now, also on another note, we do also in the Office of Management and Budget also provide reporting for our monthly financial reports. So we do outline the various buckets and the programs that were developed under those buckets. And we do provide what has been spent, what we have budgeted for each program, what is committed, and what is remaining as a balance as additional layer of transparency for the city. The next slide is the administrative leads that you'll notice. As Ms. Talley mentioned, there are 7 buckets that are outlined in phase 3. So youth engagement and early childhood will be done by the mayor's office along with youth and recreation and CSA. Home initiative will be with LCI. wealth creation will be with economic development and DCA. As Ms. Kelly outlined, VOTEC will be spearheaded by the mayor's office, climate emergency by CAO, public health and infrastructure will be led by the health department and engineering, and our New Haven land bank will be headed by economic development administration.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a moment to, once again, thank everybody who's here. We are near the conclusion of the city staff presentation, after which we'll hear from the public. So thank you for hanging in there and listening to this information, which is useful. We would like folks, if you have friends out in the hallway, please ask them to keep it down, because any noise that happens in the back ends up traveling in here, and it's difficult for folks to hear. And of course, it's very important for everybody in this room to hear every word that's being said. Please continue.
All right, thank you, Chair Marchand. And again, the administrative and reporting side is done by the Office of Management and Budget, and we work with the Economic Development Administrator and the different departments to make sure that the city is fulfilling all the requirements outlined in the American Rescue Plan through the Treasury interim final rule. Now, the next slide is really the program personnel request. So what you'll see in this slide is we worked with the different departments to see if there was personnel needed within these programs. Some of the programs we were able to determine that a contractor would be sufficient. And in other programs, we looked at, is there personnel needed? So what this slide outlines is the personnel needed in 4 different buckets. So you'll see climate change. We have an executive director and a sustainability policy and engagement coordinator. So what to look at on this slide are the base salaries, but the total cost on this slide is the base salary plus the fringe benefits over the 4.5-year period. So we're looking at from July 1st of 2022, if feasible, until December 31st of 2026 to fund these positions. In our youth and recreation department, again, we need program managers and program assistants to help with these programs that YARD would be developing through the American Rescue Plan, especially during the summer when some of the summer reset programs will begin, along with this 3rd phase. Arts and culture is a community engagement coordinator, which again will be vital to helping that industry in getting this position. And LCI, through wealth creation and the other buckets that Ms. Kelly mentioned that are administered by EDA and LCI, are looking for financial and program analysts and a program manager too. So again, the total cost is the fringe plus the base salary. These numbers are not in addition to the 53 million, but within that $53 million bucket. So again, these are the positions that we're looking at related to the American Rescue Plan. Other programs we did determine could be done using a contractor through an RFP process. Again, so another area that I just wanted to mention in relation to the American Rescue Plan, which I did omit, was in relation to reporting. These are public federal funds, so we do have to go through a public process with a lot of these programs. So we do issue a lot of RFPs and bids for the services that we are asking for. So going on to the next slide is the program development and the release of funds.
As you pause, let me recognize Alder Eli Saban, who is with us. Please continue.
Sure. So again, as I just mentioned, which I was actually a little ahead of myself, these are the different buckets and what we're looking for. So again, there will be a public process as the federal funds want to make sure that they're engaging the community and making sure that you are involving everyone in the public process, especially when it comes to procurement. So we do have to follow the federal procurement guidelines as well as local procurement guidelines when we're issuing RFPs or bids or services, or even grants. So again, a lot of the grants and stuff you'll see on our purchasing and procurement website, listed under the specific bucket that different agencies can apply for as well. So again, the next slide is really just the administrative control. So you'll see I kind of went through this, but we'll start off from a program level on management budget. We'll work with the various departments to make sure that we are complying with the reporting side that's outlined by the U.S. Treasury as well. Again, reporting right now is due quarterly. We're actually coming up on the next report that's due April 30th. Looking at the implementation schedule, again, the only thing I want to highlight on here is, again, we have to commit all of our dollars by December 31st of 2024. And what that means is we have to report on the U.S. Treasury website all $115 million. And we have until December of 2026 to spend that fund. So again, I think those are important deadlines to know, is that December 31st, we have to have everything approved by the legislative body. I have to enter a balance of 0 onto the Treasury website. And then we have the next year, 2 years to spend that funding based on the projects that were approved by this body. So I believe that concludes the presentation. Thank you for your consideration and the presentation for the third submission of the American Rescue Plan. Mike, do you have- All right, so we will turn it over to Chair Marchand if there are any questions.
I want to first of all thank you all for being here and for giving us this information. It's very important for everybody to hear the administration's perspective on what investments ought to be made with this historic funding. Because we have a large number of people who wish to testify, and then we have workshops around the budget proposal following that, we are not going to ask questions at this time, but we will meet again in the coming weeks to go through more of those details. And so I thank you for the work you did with your staff to have them here and ready to present. But our intention is to be able to hear everybody who wants to speak tonight, and there's several pages of them. So with that, I would thank you for being here. You're invited to remain. Some of you, Mr. Harvey, for example, will have to stick around for the budget portion of the meeting. And so if you please find a seat. We are now moving to the public hearing portion of the meeting. We're going to call on people according to the list of folks who have signed up to testify. Given the large number of people who wish to testify, we are going to ask each person to stick to 3 minutes or less in your comments. We do that so that everybody can be heard. If you have something in writing that you would like to submit in addition to the remarks that you make here, you may give them to our staff, Don Hayden, who's sitting here, who's sitting right here and is raising his hand. You also have the opportunity to submit testimony on this or any matter at any time via email at publictestimony@newhavenct.gov. So if you feel inspired after tonight and you wish to submit something by email, or you wish to supplement whatever remarks you make tonight, you may feel free to do so via email to publictestimony@newhavenct.gov. Okay. All right, Mr. Vice Chair, who is first on our list?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will call for Claudine Chambers. And after Claudine comes Nicole Neely. When you approach the table, please state your name and your address for the records. Thank you.
And this is just a quick reminder about the microphones. Do not push the button. And you really cannot put it too close to your face. And because transparency is important, it's important for everybody to hear what you're saying. So please touch the mic, grab the microphone, don't push the button, and put it right next to you.
Can I pull my mask down? Thank
You will have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Claudine Wilkins Chambers. I live at 66 Star Street, Ward 19 in New Haven. All I know to do is fight when people are suffering. When communities of color are being ignored during 11th grade, I skipped school to join a peaceful sit-in with Dr. Martin Luther King and a group of other students. I laid the flag in North Carolina because of the racism. I moved to New Haven hoping for a brighter future. I had hoped to leave prejudice in the South behind me, but I quickly learned that powerful organizations in New Haven also had racist and discriminatory policies. Longtime resident like myself continue to see the impact of racism, redlining, which isn't a practice of the past. Newhallville has been chronically underfunded for decades. It is no surprise that it looks the way it looks today. But now, because we fought Goliath like Trump and Yale and won millions of dollars, the city has the opportunity to do the right thing. You have the chance to invest in neighborhoods that has been ignored far too long. I recently went out and surveyed over 25 neighbors and community members so we can have our voices heard in this process. People I spoke to identified the following top issues: crime prevention, access to good jobs, education and affordable programs, and after-school programs for children, and fair housing. One person I talked with described enduring rundown, rodent, and rat-infested living conditions. I suggested mice traps, but he explained that buying those traps would cut down on his money for groceries and gas. Milk and eggs almost doubled, he said.
1 minute.
Despite the serious health conditions, that house was the only place he could afford. Families are between a rock and a hard place. Our community needs fair housing. There's storage, there is a shortage of affordable housing, and meanwhile, luxury apartments are going up all over the place. The apartments may tout meaningful luxury apartments, but $1,800 to $1,900 monthly rent is not affordable. This is not fair housing. The city can help fill the gap between low income and rising housing costs with the ARPA money. As a former president of the Paraprofessionals Union, I'd like to bring to your attention our children's needs. We have all been through a lot during the pandemic, and if we're stressed, what about the children? The city should provide after-school programming for children. Our children should, Our children should have support and a safe place for learning and living. I had to speak to a child who was having a hard time in the hallways the other day. And one student said to me, I'm stressed because my mother and father always arguing about how much money they don't have for food and rent. Can you provide for the children psychologists, social service people to help them deal with this trauma? Can we provide more than we provide for our children in this district? It is unfair to expect students to have gone through what they've gone through during the pandemic and compete with other children that come from a privileged, wealthy place. With the ARP funding, the city can do right by these children and the other residents of New Haven. The city can do right to invest in the Black communities that are struggling with the repossession of redlining. Please, please do the right thing. Thank you.
Nicole Miller.
And as Nicole comes forward, let me just also say that mic won't work better when you put them right in the mouth, so the line of the mic is like this and not like that. So it's kind of like you're doing karaoke or your rock star. You gotta hold it like that, so that everybody can hear. You have to hold it close so that everybody can hear what you're saying. And for the sake of everybody's time, we could limit our exhortations of agreement so that we can move this along.
Good evening, everyone. How are you? Glad to be here this evening. My name is Nicole Neely, and I live at 13 Francis Hunter Drive in New Haven, which is off Dixville. I have been a resident of New Haven since the 90s, and for the past several months, I have conducted about 20 or more surveys of my neighbors through New Haven Rising. I'm here to share what I have learned from my neighbors. I think it's important for New Haven residents to have a say on how the city should allocate ARP funds. The main issues that came up from my conversation with neighbors are housing, jobs, and youth programs. Purchasing a home is nearly impossible for low-income folks these days because of the surge in housing prices, which is worsened by gentrification. I tried to purchase a home through the city's first-time home buyers program, but the city did not have the funds to help me then. So I had to take the money from my retirement account to put a down payment on the home I own. Because of problems like these, Dixville residents resort to renting, and rent costs are outrageous these days, as we all know. It is critical for the city to step in and prioritize housing when allocating ARP funds. We still have much work to do to deal with the consequences of policies like redlining, which to date still affects housing in New Haven. In addition to housing programs, Dixville residents also want to see more youth programs. Dixville has the Q House, which is a wonderful venue. But I hope to see the youth programming increase there and also in other areas. We need a couple of more Q houses, don't you think? We need programs that focus on intervention, prevention, and aftercare. This is because many of our youth grow up in environments that make it challenging to go to school and reach their full potential. Lastly, Dixville residents want to see more job opportunities. We believe that there is a link between unemployment and violence and homicide rates. We want to see less unemployment and more opportunities. I would also like to ask you a question with those youth programs that we have. How do we add more value to the programs that are already out here? Well, the mayor is not here, but I asked Mayor Ellicott and the Board of Alders to listen to the voices of New Haven residents. New Haven Rising and people across New Haven neighborhoods have been working hard over the past few months to identify the issues that affect us the most and where we want the ARP funds to go. We look forward to collaborating with the city and making things happen. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Next is Ruby Sharif, and after Rennie comes Shaniqua Berry.
Thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you for your testimony. It is indeed a very important topic, and very much value from residents about it. Name and address for the record.
Good evening. This side. Good evening, everybody. Remedy Sharif in Hamden, Connecticut. I've been a lifelong New Haven resident. The American Rescue Plan money was made possible through shared commitment and struggle. To win this money, we had to be Trump. Much closer. I'm sorry. So win this money, we had to beat Trump and take back the Senate. I was in Philadelphia to beat Trump and went down to Georgia to take back the Senate. We won those campaigns because so many union members and community leaders were willing to stick it out, even when things got hard. We pushed each other to keep knocking doors when the weather was bad. There was a lot of gunfire in the neighborhood where we were knocking doors. We faced many stressful and tense moments, but we kept at it because we had to win. We had to win so that cities like New Haven could have more opportunity with programs like the American Rescue Plan. Our shared commitment also required faith from voters who live in neighborhoods just like the hardest hit neighborhoods in New Haven. Voters in Philadelphia and Atlanta are dealing with the same challenges that we have here. Many of them were hopeless and frankly disgusted with the way things are going in our communities. We had to convince them that they could change their cities by voting against Trump and other political officials like them. Somehow, enough people trusted that things could be different and we won. But this means that we all have an important responsibility now. So many people made commitments and put their trust in our elected and community leaders. This is why I have been out surveying residents in New Hallville and Dixwell. This is why I have been organizing neighborhood meetings. When I'm doing surveys, people are saying that they want safer neighborhoods, more youth services, and affordable housing. They also want these funds to go to the neighborhoods that have been historically oppressed. From my own experience, I know we need a lot more youth services. I see the youth getting younger and younger, committing acts of violence. I see the youth in our streets dying because they have no one with the capacity of the heart to help them in their desperate situation. I was taught when I go into anybody's house, if you want to see whose house you're in, just look at the pictures on the wall. As I look at the pictures on the wall in this house that we're sitting in, I see nothing that represents me. When you go into our community, nothing that represents us except for stain-filled concrete, except for the tears of mothers crying because their children can't eat. You see nothing that gives us an economic platform that's going to sustain families and bring them up from housing crises that we live in. We are imploring our elected officials to stand with the residents in New Haven, across our city, from the Hill to the Ville, West Hills, Beaver Hills. Stand with us, recognize us as human beings, have capacity and compassion, have empathy, understand that our families are tired of the oppression, tired of suffering, and we will not take it no more. We are here in a collective to let our city know that we stand unified. We stand unified and we stand together, and we need our elected officials to stand with us. Mayor Ellicott needs to know. We come to you all as fathers, as mothers. It says in scripture, and I'm gonna end. The Most High says he will not change the condition of a people until we change the conditions of our heart. So we're not here today to speak to your intellect. We're here to speak to your heart again as fathers and mothers, as people that have been given authority over lives, over communities, and over our children to make the change. Thank you.
Jill, Scott Marks, then Jill Marks.
Scott Marks, 550 Ellsworth Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut. So I've been involved in New Haven Rising since I was in high school. I've organized my peers who often feel like no one cares and no one can hear them. But you know, after talking to a lot of people in the community, one of the top priorities of the survey that we had with New Haven Rising was youth, you know, safety, and having good jobs in our community. And that really hit me because during high school, I lost a teammate to gun violence here in the city of New Haven. And I kind of feel like our youth in our city has nothing to do And I would love to see this money put in areas of need like the Hill and the Ville and the White area for our youth to have something to do here in our community. And we have to, we also got to have our youth feeling safe when they go to the corner store, when they have to walk to, practice, whatever it could be in our community. And, I did a lot of organizing with my peers. I sent some of my friends like Charlie and Dave down to Miami, where they're organizing to get Trump out of office to make, things in this country better. And all I'm asking from, our elected officials is, to stand by the community, stand by us and do right for what we're asking for. We've been asking Yale to pay taxes in our city for years now. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And all I ask is for the people we put in office is to stand by us and stand with us. Thank you.
Gilmore? Gilmore, yes. After Jill comes Barbara Green.
Good evening, everyone. It's good to see you from the other side. I'm Jill Marks. I live at 550 Ellsworth Avenue. We're here tonight to discuss the American Rescue Plan funding. It is important to recognize that we have this opportunity because so many people in our city and New Haven Rising uprooted their lives to beat Trump and take back the Senate from the Republican control. My family and I were part of this effort. I pushed my daughter and her husband to go to Georgia to the Senate runoff election. I mobilized my cousin in Atlanta, and she mobilized her friends. I pushed leaders in New Haven Rising and my family to go to Philadelphia for the presidential election. My son pushed his friends to go to Florida for this election. But we did not just start this work to beat Trump. I knocked on many doors for years. I pushed my children to fight in their community. They have been doing this work for a long time since high school. I'm proud that as adults, they have made their own decisions to continue this work. When it comes to something important like beating Trump, they are ready to stand up and fight back. Now we have a once in a generation opportunity to help those struggling in our city. I and those who I directly organized have surveyed over 1,000 New Haven residents, 100, New Haven residents. Two items that keep emerging is that our city needs more affordable housing and more youth opportunities. People also want to make sure that residents in low-income neighborhoods benefit from this money. Leaders on this board in New Haven Rising have long campaigned on changing the maps of the segregated development. And now is a chance to make progress. The ARP money needs to make a difference for these folks who are struggling so much. For example, my niece recently lost everything in her apartment fire. Insurance put her up in a hotel. It gave her 1 month to find an apartment. Every day she has been searching for an apartment that she can't afford. And she just cannot make anything work on her income. This month has passed and she is still stuck in a hotel. It really pains me to hear about the stress and panic that she is going through. Sadly, her story is just one of the stories we are hearing on the doors. And so we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to manage this crisis in our city. So please hear me and let's make a change together. Thank you so much.
After Barbara Green, we have Kimberly Store.
And if anyone wants to give a written copy of the testimony to John Hayes, sitting there.
Hi, my name is Barbara Green. I live at 80 Pond Street. I am the staff director of Local 34, and I'm a long life resident of New Homeville, Dixwell area. Like others here tonight, I was a part of an important effort to win this revenue. Local 34 sent 15 people to Georgia to take back the Senate. We spent 6 weeks over the Christmas holiday, Christmas and New Year, knocking on doors in Georgia to make this happen. If community and union members hadn't worked so hard on this election, we would be stuck with a Republican Senate. So it is important that we spend this money in the way that really benefits our community. Over the last few months, I've been out on the doors talking to dozens of our neighbors, working with leaders in our neighborhood to oppose the App Foundation site in New Orleans. With New Haven Rising, we've been surveying residents to find out what are having conversations in our neighborhood about what do people really need. First, we need more opportunities for youth. Me, my mother, and other community members, we worked hard to construct the Cherry Ann Street Park so that our youth can have some place to go. We need more open spaces for youth to go. We need more arts and activities to keep our young people busy, learning skills and staying up. And let me just say this, the youth actually help pull down the trees, plant flower beds, and they learn real skills in building this park. They put their blood, sweat, and tears in this park. We need more skills, and so that youth can stay out of trouble. Safety is an important concern for many of our neighbors, and providing youth with more opportunities will make our neighborhoods safe. We need smaller class sizes so that our kids can learn. Finally, we need childcare. Childcare has become so unaffordable that people can't afford to put their kids in daycare. So we need more affordable daycare so that parents can go out and work. Second, our seniors in our neighborhoods is suffering from COVID, are suffering the effects of COVID. They had a significant impact on our seniors. Our seniors community centers are closed. Many seniors stopped taking the bus. They have become more and more isolated. This has increased problems of food insecurity and has harmed their mental health. When we consider the increase in violence that our seniors have experienced, it's a lot of stress, right? We need more mental health services and resources in our neighborhood to combat the negative effects of what this crisis has done to our neighborhoods. Finally, jobs are always a major concern in New Homeville. A vocational school in our neighborhood will give our kids opportunities for training and good paying jobs that lead to careers. But we must make sure that our residents have access to good jobs, like ones that we have at Yale and Local 34. We need to make sure our jobs pay a good living wage and provide real economic security. The legislative agenda is the people's agenda, and it should serve as a guide when distributing this money, but we must make sure that this money is spent in a way that helps our most vulnerable residents. Thank you.
Kimberly Stoner. Very nice. Kimberly Stoner, 76 Broyden Road in Beaver Hills. And I am here to talk about how addressing the climate emergency helps with a lot of the other issues that people have brought to you today. So there's the opportunity to provide links to energy efficiency programs, and people who need help with being able to heat their homes in the winter and cool their homes in the summer, and to do that efficiently and to save money. And also, this gives opportunities for good union jobs in weatherization, in creating more energy efficiency, in setting up renewable energy. All of those help a wide range of people. Being able then also to develop skills, as people have just mentioned, in planting trees, in creating opportunities for youth to learn more about how the energy affects their environment, and to make this a healthier city, a quieter city with better transportation, and save people money, and as well as saving the environment. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Latoya. After Latoya comes Colette Spears.
Hi, my name is Latoya Mills McCray, currently residing in Hamden. However, I was born and raised in Haven in the Hill area. Now I'm working with the city, honored to work at Elm City Communities Housing Authority. I am the Director of Community Economic and Development at the Housing Authority of New Haven. I am honored to represent over 6,000 families within our ECC portfolio. But this is not just a job for me. This is my family, being born and raised in New Haven. Elm City Communities, we partnered with the New Haven Financial Empowerment. We worked on a grant with them in 2019. We are supporting our residents and their financial well-being. Out of our partnership in 2021, there were 201 Elm City Communities Housing Authority residents that received services from the Financial Empowerment Center. 189 of those residents were directly referred from the Elm City Communities family. With their services and our case management at Elm City, our coordinated efforts resulted in over 129 residents with the debt reduction. So $129 during the pandemic. The average credit score for 201 residents raised to 648. These are giving our residents the opportunity to even enter the home ownership. 315 of our residents received one-on-one budgeting sessions, and 175 residents reached their financial goals. And this happened during a pandemic. This is what very few counselors. Imagine if we had more counselors. Imagine if we had more people with helping with the mental health. Imagine if we had more programs for residents in the city of New Haven. This year, we hope to focus on really adding more funding to our residents and putting money in the hands of our residents and helping them break barriers. And it's not just our adult families. We're looking to help our children as well. Thank you.
Before Colette comes, we're gonna ask Miguel Pittman to come. He was on the list and we overlooked him.
Just a quick announcement as Mr. Pittman comes forward. Please, if you have a cell phone, turn it off or put it on silent. Also, some number of folks are leaving because they have to go on with their evening, which means that there are seats opening up, particularly on this side of the chambers. And we invite folks, particularly those of you standing in the back, please to come sit down. Name and address to the right.
Don't put it right, but got it. My name is Miguel Pittman. I live at 82 Orchard Street here in New Haven. I guess I'm kind of somewhat emotional in terms of some of the areas where this money should be utilized, and this is really going off topic in terms of what I consider. Some people came forward in terms of
money that is needed for the community for different youth programs, which I know that is needed, because it brought me back to the times when I was raised in New Hallville, and how at that moment we had a lot of programs as a youth. You know, we had the Team Center, we had the Q House, another organization that provided services after school, and it kept us out of trouble. But if we look back now to our times, that there's not a lot of programs that's out there for the youth. And a lot of times, you know, they get into trouble where their mom and pop have to work long hours just to provide food for the table. So I feel somewhat awkward of speaking about what I came to prepare for. And my topic was wealth creation and economics. Now, when you talk about wealth creation, you have to be at a certain level in business to really to start to think about that. And my family and I, we overcame a lot over our years of being in business for 33 years. You know, we had a couple of hiccups along the way. For example, when the market collapsed in 2008, at that moment, my family and I, we accumulated over 15 properties that we own throughout the city. But when that market collapsed, we lost all 15. That means we had to start back from zero. But we didn't lose our vision. We say, okay, you know, if we develop the knowledge to accumulate those properties, we could do the same thing again. But traveling that road to try to get back to stabilize the family, to fight back the foreclosures, to fight back the repos of the cars that was being taken, and try to live a life in a way where the kids mentally is not being affected by that because it's sheltered. Those times were hard. Even at one point when I tried to get different resources from the city didn't have any resources at that moment. But now with this opportunity here with American Rescue Plan, I see that part of the conversation now, how this money will be utilized will be for small business funds, which is targeted towards Black and Latino owner businesses. That part is important to me. Why? Because at the end of the day, in my present time, I'm thinking about legacy. What is the legacy that I'm gonna leave behind for my children? And part of that legacy is those existing businesses that's struggling right now to pay the bill, to pay the taxes, having a hard time of trying to find people that really want to work. So in respect to that, as part of this program, it is needed in my category, but also even more, it is needed within the community to help those youth that's out there, to help those first-time home buyers. That's important. That's the only way you can reach the level where you start thinking about wealth creation. Thank you.
Colette Spears. After Colette comes Candace Dorman. Name and address for the record, please.
Khalifa Spears, 60, you said don't hold the button, right? Khalifa Spears, 60 Goodyear Street, New Haven, Connecticut, New Hallville. I am a member of a Chronic Rock Ministry. We have march, rally, public hearings in order to help New Haven Rising with 500 jobs and 52 million back from Yale. We know that Yale can do much more,
but it is a historic victory, and we are proud to be a part of winning it. Today, we need to make sure the ARP money goes to where it is most needed. This is why my church and I did several dozen surveys. It is important to me to give back to the community because it's only by the grace of God that I am here today. I was incarcerated 12 years ago. The reason I ended up with charges was because I was trying to take care of my 3 children. When I came back home from being incarcerated, I had nothing. I had no existence. I couldn't qualify for housing because of my record. I struggled finding minimum wage jobs and being able to afford subsidized rent. Me and my kids were evicted several times because I didn't qualify for programs they had. We were homeless with nowhere to go several times. My kids slept on the couch and I slept on my mother's floor in the winter time several times. I remember when my son was 11 years old, he seen me sitting on the floor struggling and crying. He said to me, "Mom, I want to go out and help you." He said, "I want to go help." He said, "I'll go sell weed to make sure that you have everything that you need." There were times I wanted to commit suicide because me and my kids had nowhere to go. Now I work at the BoA hospital where I have been here for 8 years. I am licensed. I am licensed by the IRS where I volunteer with VITA. I have learned to do pardons on my own so I can help the members of the city of New Haven, and I can do pardons for free. I buy bus passes for single women so they can go out and they can get jobs and get interviews. But no one should have to go through what me and my kids went through. Why should we force people to struggle needlessly when there is so much money in this state and in this city? We need truly affordable housing. We need jobs, good jobs that pay a living wage, not minimum wage, but a living wage, that are available to the people with records. Too often people serve their time and tend to get on the right path with no doors open or doors closed. And they get boxed in with no choice but to go back out and commit several crimes. My pastor, Valerie Washington, is a huge advocate for the youth. She works to make sure that they have jobs, food, and homes. The youth are going through so much with death and trauma. They are homeless youth out there with nowhere to go. We need spaces and centers that are open 24/7. We need internships and after-school programs for everyone. We need counseling and mental health resources for them. I want to show the people if they keep pushing, you can get out, you can get through it. But we shouldn't have to do it. They shouldn't have to do it alone. I hope that ARP money makes it a bit easier for others than I had to go through. Thank you.
Candace Storm.
We thank everybody for their testimony. We remind folks that if you have a written version that you'd like to give our staff person, it's Don Hayden right here, or you could also email us a copy of your written statement if you would like later on.
After Candace comes Charlie Taylor.
Good evening.
You're gonna have to hold the microphone close to your mouth. So
Good evening. Good evening. Yeah. My name is Marina Rodriguez. I'm from Olarkin, but I am reading this testimony on behalf of Candace Dorman. She is a resident of New Haven.
You're gonna have to hold that a bit closer still, folks.
Reading the testimony for Candace Dorman. She's a New Haven resident, parent, and entrepreneur. Candace writes, "Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to address the board. My name is Candace Dorman, and I'm a wife, mom, entrepreneur here in New Haven. I'm also a former family child care provider, and I am committed to supporting families even if I no longer provide direct care. The city of New Haven has $10 million in American Rescue Plan funds allocated for youth services. The mayor has earmarked $2 million of the 10 for early care and education. It is imperative that funding be set aside for early childhood care and education to support New Haven families. Too often, parents and caregivers must make critical decisions about their employment based on how much childcare they have access to and how much childcare they can afford. It's an impossible decision and keeps many families in a spiral they can barely get out of. Especially as we head into the summer months, please ensure that funds are reserved for childcare to help level set opportunities for families and children in New Haven. Access to affordable, high-quality childcare is not a women's issue or even a family issue. It's an economic development pillar that has never been more clear than the past 2 years. There is no workforce without strong childcare, and there is no future if we don't care for our youngest citizens. By now, it's common knowledge that a strong early start, early intervention yields the strongest outcomes for children. We simply cannot afford to wait until children enter school. It's called Early Head Start for a reason. On behalf of families and childcare educators in our city, thank you for funding early childhood education, and feel free to sprinkle a little more on top. Thank you. On behalf of Camden Development.
Thank you. Charlie Taylor, and after Charlie, we're going to call Sadiq Berry.
Charlie Taylor, 42 Walnut Street. Testimony. Appreciate it. My name is Charlie Taylor. I live at 42 Walnut Street, New Haven. Since 2014, I've been part of New Haven Rising's job campaign. And in doing so, I've talked to every strata of New Haven's neighborhoods, from Bella Vista to the Hill. I've spoken with thousands of New Haven residents over the past decade about the issues affecting them and their neighborhoods. These conversations are often challenging ones. People talk about the problems in their neighborhoods, and they often dejectedly say, if only New Haven had the money. Or our conversation will end with, we'll see when and if things change. People are pessimistic and have not felt heard, but here we are. New Haven has over $53 million of ARP funds. We must use this incredible opportunity. I've recently helped survey our communities again over the last 2 weeks, and these surveys revealed that the top issues are adequate affordable housing, childcare, transportation, and job security, the same as they have been for the last decade. For many, they must take on additional gig jobs without benefits to make ends meet. People are already struggling during the pandemic and are now being squeezed further with the rise in consumer costs. The dream of homeownership is beyond reach, the rent is too high, and they fear they'll never be able to save to buy a home. It can be numbing to hear how often and common these challenges are for folks in our community. I can highlight many of these stories. We've listened to a great deal of them here today. This is why a positive conversation with a friend stood out for me. My friend was fortunate to become a first-time home buyer with the help of the city's down payment cost assistance program. But just a couple of years ago, my friend had no job and had never allowed himself to dream of it.
1 minute.
Now he has a good job in a house. There's incredible how significantly this has changed his life. While he's grateful, he's highly aware of the many who haven't had the same opportunity. He wants this for more people. He wants their lives to be also transformed. The city can make this happen for more people with the ARPA funds. We should handle this process with thoughtfulness and get input from the people who aren't able to attend the mayor's public meetings. We must consider the needs of those who are not able to join us tonight. The city has the power and, for once in a generation, the funds to make sure less New Haveners struggle to simply keep a roof over their heads. I'd also just like to point out our youth in the back, because if the house is on fire or underwater, it doesn't matter. Thank you.
And after Shanique, Gabriella Campos. Name and address for the record. Put it to Paul.
Shaniqua Berry, 23 Arch Street in New Haven.
Thank you.
Again, I state my name is Shaniqua Berry and I live on 23 Arch Street in New Haven. I have been a resident of the Hill since 1987. Throughout the past decades, I have witnessed violence in my community rising exponentially. I am deeply concerned about this matter. It's to the point where I feel unsafe in my own home. Hearing gunshots almost daily across the area and constantly seeing police cars is a major concern. And this is a concern that many of us in our community shares, including the 10 neighbors I have surveyed in the past weeks with New Haven Rising. As a mother, violence in the Hill is especially troubling for me. I remember some years ago returning to my home with my daughter, and shortly after entering, hearing lengthy rounds of gunshots nearby. In that moment, it felt like shots were directed at our home. We feared for our lives. My daughter was confused. The gunshots were loud and would ring in our ears for minutes. Since that moment, I had to tell my child that she could no longer sit on the front porch or play in our front yard. This is the reality so many neighbors in the Hill face on a daily basis. Violence has become too common and too many of our neighbors live in constant state of fear. I and so many others want to see the city investing in the Hill's safety. One solution is more youth opportunities. We need more after-school programs to keep the youth off these streets and to provide them with opportunities to learn, grow, and feel inspired by life. We need employers that are committed to hiring our youth, providing good jobs and stable jobs. This is the only way of adequately attending the violence in the Hill. I urge the board to press for investing these ARP funds to programs that will lead to such outcomes. This is what the people need. And it is the appropriate way for our elected officials to help correct this historical oppression and equality that areas such as the Hill have faced for many decades. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. Gabriella, Dr. Gabriella, Adam Water.
Good evening, can you hear me? All right. Good evening, my name is Gabriella Campos. I live at 44 Stewart Street. I live on stolen land, on Quinnipiac land, the first broken treaty land. And a lot of the things that we're addressing today are actually stemming back all the way back from colonization. So if you think about what's happening with redlining, it's really no different. There is a theft of resources that is happening on behalf of wealthier communities at the expense of those of us who live in areas that were previously redlined. Some of the issues that are becoming more emergent are related to climate change, where our communities are flooding, where we do not have clean air, our children have high incidence of respiratory health issues. Our communities, especially in the Black and Latino communities, we have a very high incidence of type 2 diabetes and heart health issues, which are also related to climate change and pollution. So I would like to propose for the city to actually really invest in a green infrastructure, which might sound silly at first because trees, like how is that going to solve anything? Well, according to the UN, there's actually 9 benefits of trees, which increase the ability for people to have food and nutrition. We have the ability to have food forests that provide free food for people. I'm part of the Food Policy Council, and I believe that food is a right, just like breathing is a right and clean water is a right. And trees help to provide all of that for us. They increase biodiversity, right? And the biodiversity, there's many studies that show that the health of the biodiversity of an area is related to the health of the humans that live there. Why should communities like Guilford, Madison, and Brantford have a budget for saving green spaces while our city gives away land like Kensington Park to developers from out of state?
right? Spaces in the city of New Haven. The trees help to mitigate climate change. They cool the air, helping to provide up to a 30% decrease in the cost of air conditioning and 20 to 50% reduction in heating costs. They filter urban pollutants like carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, ozone, sulfur oxide, filtered dust, and soot and smoke. They improve the physical and mental health of an area. We have a huge crisis among our communities of color. Why wouldn't we be sad, depressed, and stressed out when all we see is garbage and gray and asphalt, where we are superheated and where our zoning provides for additional superheating in areas just to let a big corporation get their way? When our communities need to breathe and have clean water, before we can even have the ability to have a job, we need to breathe. Having the proper green infrastructure helps to decrease high blood pressure. How many of our families have had cardiac health issues, right? How many of our families suffer from stress? A green infrastructure helps with that. Mature trees help to regulate water flow, preventing flooding. How many areas in the Hill get flooded? How many areas in Fairhaven get flooded? That also reduces carbon emissions, and it helps to increase property value. Princeton did a study that showed the financial viability of greenery. My time's up. I will send my comments. The green infrastructure helps to provide food. And also, I would like to add that the city should invest some money in taking apart some of the mega landlords that are preventing people from having affordable housing.
Mr. Allen, Rebecca Moore.
Hi, my name is Adam Waters and I live at 129 Mansfield Street. I'm speaking today as a graduate worker with the history department at Yale and as a leader with Local 33, the campaign to win a graduate worker union at the university. In the nearly 4 years that I've lived here, I've had the privilege to work alongside many other Yale employees and community members to build a stronger and more inclusive city, one that represents and provides for all of us. With the Yale Jobs Campaign and the Yale Respect New Haven campaign, we've knocked doors across the city to talk with residents about how to ensure that Yale is giving back fairly to the community from which it has taken so much. But our coalition realizes that the problems our city faces are bigger than just the Yale-New Haven relationship. I'm very proud of the work we've done to secure the political conditions necessary for Congress to pass the American Rescue Plan Act and bring much needed money to our city. In January 2021, I went with other members of Local 33 and many New Haven residents to Georgia to knock doors that we met here in the Senate runoff elections. Our efforts in Georgia, as many other folks have said this evening, helped to win a Democratic majority in the US Senate, paving the way for passage of ARPA and for the $150 million coming to the city of New Haven. I'm happy to see the vibrant conversation tonight about how we can best use that money to advance the goals of equity and justice in our city. And I'm proud to be in coalition with New Haven Rising, which has been surveying residents across the city about the priorities of New Haven residents. I know that they are an important voice in this conversation. We at Local 33 will continue to organize our fellow graduate workers and to struggle alongside other unions and our community partners in the city to build a future New Haven where all are able to live and work with dignity. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Rebecca Moore. Dr. Rebecca Frank Panzarella.
Rebecca Moore, 570 West Up Avenue. Hello, my name is Rebecca Moore, New Haven resident, New Haven educated, and I am the program director for the Arts Council here in New Haven. I am in full support of ARPA funding to support art organizations and artists from pandemic recovery and to help us rebuild our local creative economy. Today, I reviewed several grant applications from a number of various arts organizations, from theater, music, graphic design,
dance, journalism, Black and brown, Hispanic, LGBTQ, and every diverse population you think of. They were all being represented as I reviewed these applications. The need for funding for each of these organizations is astonishing. It hurt my heart reading all the great work these striving organizations do each and every day for our youth and communities, and I knew that we can't help them all. Or meeting with New Haven Promise, and knowing that out of the 300 students majoring in education surrounding the arts, only 15 students were able to be placed into internships this past semester. Knowing that the amazing programs such as the Breed Academy, New Haven Natives, Platinum Selling Producers, and photographers like Kim Eason have the internships that these youth need and young adults need and yearn for, but funding is a barrier to help them do so. Let's prepare our youth and scholars for the workforce. Let's create full-time opportunities for jobs so we can limit relocation and retain CT residents to build our economy. There is a huge need for services, resources, and support to our arts community. As we all know, the arts is one of the reasons we have been able to survive during these times, especially during the pandemic. The arts are a part of all of our lives. It is a form of therapy, helps cognitive and social development, and many other great benefits. The arts brings a sense of togetherness, unity, and strength. The arts is the epitome of culture and diversity. Let's dismantle the term starving artists by funding a sector that is in full alignment of everything our cultural equity plan stands for. Thank you for your time.
Frank, after Frank, Abby Phil.
Good evening. My name is Frank Pandrella. I live at 344 Norton Street. I've been a New Haven resident for 40 years. There are so many things that we need to fix, and it's so, I see it's difficult to solve all these problems, but just a small thought here that everything we buy, everything we use today is getting more expensive because of fossil fuels. If we do not solve the climate issues, we will not solve any of these other issues. Our housing, if you really want to build equality, generational wealth is the fundamental thing that has always allowed working class families to pass on their wealth to their children. We cannot do it if people live in substandard housing, if people cannot afford to fix their houses. Homeowners are becoming a dying population. We have thousands of working class homeowners still in this city that need our help. But one of the things I think is really important is to help people retrofit their houses, not just energy efficiency, but help people get rid of oil and gas furnaces, because that is a major source of our pollution. We can't stop the cars from driving through New Haven on the highways, but we can change our heating and energy systems that are increasingly way out of control for people to be able to afford. Working class families are losing their houses because they can't pay the bills. And if we do not help families overcome these obstacles, we will not solve the problems. Working class families and homeowners are the backbone of taxpaying in the city. If we do not help working class families, we won't be able to help anybody else. I really urge you to look at that issue. And it's not just, I really think 99% of that money that we use should be going to the low income communities in the city. People need help directly. Don't give it to developers. Don't give it to smart so-called experts from out of town to do studies and all this other baloney. Give it directly to the people. Thank you. Abby, Dr. Abby Mohammed.
We thank everybody for hanging in there. We have several more people who wish to testify. And so we're very thankful that folks are being specific.
Hi, my name is Abby Feldman. I live at 33 Exchange Street. I'm a leader in New Haven Rising, where I've long worked with leaders of the Hill, including alders on the board, to fight for economic justice in our city and to reverse our history of segregated development. I'm really proud of the work that we've undertaken to win the ARP funding. Many know of New Haven Rising's work to get Yale to pay its fair share, which was vital in securing the largest increase in Yale's voluntary contribution, as well as an tiered pilot at the state. But New Haven Rising also sent dozens of people to battleground states to beat Trump and to Georgia to take back the Senate. My husband and I were in Philadelphia for over a month and then spent another month knocking on doors in Atlanta. I pushed many others to take part in door knocking and phone breaking, and I'm grateful that these efforts help deliver vital ARP funding to our city. It's so important now to make sure that this funding benefits New Haven neighborhoods and households that are struggling the most. With this goal in mind, New Haven Rising members have surveyed residents about the challenges that our city should prioritize. At this point, we have likely surveyed more residents in our city than any other organization. Our survey work is ongoing, but these are our findings so far. As of today, we've surveyed over 900 New Haven residents from every neighborhood. 62% or so of the surveyed residents are from low-income neighborhoods, which have also been hardest hit by the pandemic. The top issues that have come up in the survey are affordable housing, jobs, and youth opportunities. 21% of those surveyed said affordable housing is their top priority. 22% said jobs, and 23% said youth and community centers and programs. Those are the top 3 priorities in all our low-income communities, except in West Rock, where safety also made the top 3. I know that jobs, affordable housing, and youth opportunities won't come as a surprise to the Board of Alders. 2 of these items are on the legislative agenda, and the board has long fought for more youth opportunities. We believe that the ARP funding is a big opportunity to invest in these priorities and help change the maps of inequality in New Haven. The survey has also confirmed that our city is in a deep affordable housing crisis. So many believe that our neighborhoods could be safer if youth had more opportunities and better jobs. Moreover, the affordable housing crisis and the jobs crisis are 2 sides of the same coin. People's income is not covering the housing that they need. The city should do everything in its power to make sure to expand affordable housing options, create more good jobs, and provide access to these jobs, and to create more community programs and opportunities for our youth. This is not a moment when we should be holding back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Alex Savon.
My name is Mohammed Stark, 74 Ranch Street, West Haven. My name is Mohammed Stark. I'm a software engineer and educator at BAE, District Arts and Education, a nonprofit located in New Haven. I focus specifically on the high school program. I've had the pleasure of teaching high school students how to program, like computer science, basic web development skills. I've had a lot of fun learning and teaching with the students and seeing the creativity with both. This is a program I wish I had when I was younger, to have the mentorship and someone guide me to getting into tech. At the moment, students are learning fundamental web development skills, programming concepts, and building projects throughout the program. And by the end, they'll have a portfolio to show off to schools, employers.
And you're gonna need to speak up just a little bit more so folks can hear you.
For almost all of them, this is their first introduction to programming. I've attended the University of Hartford, majoring in electrical engineering, computer engineering, and eventually pivoted into computer science because coding is so much fun. But there weren't many programs in Connecticut that focused specifically on what I wanted to study. So I looked outside Connecticut to see if schools provided some research for me to learn specifically the skills I wanted to learn. And luckily, one of those showed up in New Haven. I'm grateful for the experience I had and the opportunity granted me. Technology changed the lives of many people, especially throughout the pandemic. Vocational programs, especially those in technology, are going to prepare those for the future. I wouldn't be surprised if coding becomes a basic skill as reading and writing. I believe both tech programs that are invested in the space will give young people and those looking to participate in the sector many opportunities after this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Chappelle comes next.
Hi, I'm Alex Savoni. I live at 277 Ward Street. I am a third generation New Haven and I love the city. And I believe that when you love something, you want it to be its best self. And New Haven is not yet its best self. I'm also the executive director of Friends Center for Children, which is an early childhood education program. We serve children ages 6 weeks to 6 years in New Haven. I'm here to tell you that New Haven's early care and education system is broken. Families pay too much, educators make too little, and providers can barely survive. Oh, the system operates like this because it has been grossly underfunded for decades and decades due to racism and sexism. The workforce is racially stratified with a predominant number of white head teachers and a disproportionate number of women in color who are assistant and support teachers. The workforce that is 98% female is paid on average $26,000 per year for full-time work. Women in New Haven who care for our youngest children are being paid to live in poverty. The system is broken, and current city funding decisions are reinforcing sexism and racism every single day. There's a direct link between outcomes, life outcomes, and high-quality early care and education. 90% of a child's brain develops by age 5, and a newborn has all of the cells they're going to have for the rest of their life. And what makes the brain work are the connections between those cells. If they're not stimulated, they die forever. Early care and education teachers know how to foster those connections. There's no other time in human development where we have such a tremendous opportunity for a fiscal rate of return. For every $1 New Haven spends and invests in high quality early care and education, is a 13% annual return. New Haven invests 0% of its education budget in early care and education, so it gets a 0% return. We also know that early education programs are a three-pronged workforce initiative. Early childhood educators are a workforce, high quality programs offer foundational skills for future employees, and families cannot work without affordable childcare. In New Haven right now, with one infant needs to make $256,000 in annual income for it to be considered affordable. The fact that we ignore the individual child benefits, the societal benefits, and the fiscal advantages of high quality early care and education through gross underfunding is a representation of our values. It shows how deeply rooted our collective prejudices are against women, especially women of color, and all children. What the city is doing now, relying on a broken, racist, and sexist system, will continue to give us exactly what it's designed to do: broken, racist, and sexist outcomes. You can change it. Make a decision to earmark at a minimum the $2 million from the ARP funds to early care and education. Be a part of the solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carl. Kathy. That's Kathy, that's Kathy. Forgive me. Crystal Gooding comes next. I'm sorry. Name and address for the record. Just speak up.
My name is Carla Chapel.
Carla.
And I live at 290 Ashland Street. I am here today because I want my voice, as well as those of my fellow neighbors in the Dixville area and across all New Haven, to be heard and to be taken seriously. During the past week, I have spent many hours talking to my neighbors, going around the community with friends from New Haven Rising, and asking people what they believe the city should prioritize when distributing the American Rescue Plan tax funds. Most of my neighbors in Dixville have emphasized 3 key issues that they would like to see addressed.
the lack of affordable housing, the scarcity of good, stable jobs, and the lack of daycare and after-school programs for our children and youth. I do not have time here to elaborate on all these issues. I hope and trust you have all thought about them carefully already. I will, however, emphasize something about affordable housing. Affordable housing has become a popular phrase recently, and many people in New Haven are talking about it. Few people, however, are giving precise definitions of what affordable housing means. Affordability, as you know, is relative. A 1,200 apartment might be affordable to some people. To myself and to most of my neighbors, however, this is not affordable housing. I remember speaking to a neighbor on Munson Street a few weeks ago whose housing situation was truly devastating. Her house was very old. Parts of the floor were missing, and all of her rooms were extremely cold. But because she was already paying too much in rent, and because her electricity bill was too costly, she really could turn on the heat and had to cope with the cold throughout the entire winter. No one should have to live under these conditions, especially when the city could do more to ensure affordable housing for its citizens, while also investing in services to support struggling tenants. I thus urge you all to fight for proposals that will lead to actually affordable housing to the majority of New Haven citizens and not just to a minority of wealthy people. More importantly, I urge the board to take seriously the voice and testimonies of its constituents. As you know, we have been important allies in the fight to win this money that the city now enjoys. This work should be honored, and we should all have a say in how these funds will be used. I thank you for listening to my testimony, and I hope you will continue to listen to others today.
Thank you. Crystal, after Crystal comes Allison Hamer.
Crystal Gooding, 26 Woodland Street.
Put it a little closer.
My name is Crystal Gooding, and I live at 26 Woodland Street. And as someone who's lived in New Haven for their entire life, I have seen firsthand how so many people in our communities are struggling to support themselves and their families. I'm here to help to give a voice to my community and make sure that the needs of Dixville residents are heard. Over the past several weeks, I have worked with New Haven Rising and reaching out to people in my neighborhood to hear their concerns. I had the opportunity of surveying over 20 people in the Dixville area. The people I spoke with generally identified three main concerns. And although you heard most of them, I'm going to still repeat them because they're really important. One is a lack of support programs for seniors. Two is insufficient programs available for our youth. And three is a lack of housing available to low to moderate income households. Not affordable, but low to moderate income households. First, with regard to our seniors, the city is not providing enough support for them. While there are a few senior buildings in Dixville, there are inadequate resources available. I have heard from seniors going without food because they cannot afford it. This is totally unacceptable. No one should have to fight to get food in our city, least of all our seniors. Our elders deserve to be treated with respect And we must do all we can to make their lives as comfortable as possible. Second, people express concerns over the lack of youth development programs in our neighborhood.
1 minute.
Our children are our future, and they require as much support as possible to get a good education and pursue their dreams. Granted, the new Pew House is an excellent resource. However, it is not enough. Children throughout our city require more safe spaces and better access to such resources. Finally, most of the people I've spoken with are extremely concerned about the rising cost of living. There's a serious lack of low moderate income housing available for families. Poor people feel encroached upon by developers that focus on providing luxury apartments that most residents cannot afford to even live in. People are frustrated that they can work in the city, but they cannot afford to live there. Moreover, increased property taxes are also creating additional barriers for homeowners. How can we allow more luxury apartments to go up when there are so many families struggling to even afford basic necessities? I'm asking you to please listen to the concerns of the community and act appropriately.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Allison Haynes. Dr. Allison from Smart Dormer.
I thank everybody for their patience. We have very many people still to hear from, and I appreciate everybody being concise to the point. I also want to invite folks who are standing, please, to take advantage of the seating that is opened up with the departure of some of your kids on the screen. I also neglected to recognize our colleague Alden Wingate, who was here.
Hi, my name is Allison Tyler, and full disclosure, I am a resident of Camden. But I was born and raised in Haven, and I would love to move back. This is my home, this is my city, but I did not find anything to buy. I keep getting outbid by big landlords who pay cash. There aren't enough homes on the market. I could rent, but the average price for 2 bedrooms has gone up 23% since last spring, and is now around $1,700. Renters versus owners is how people build that generational wealth that we keep talking about. And owner-occupied landlords care about their tenants. They care about the streets that they live on. They care about their neighbors in their neighborhood. They volunteer to clean. I also work as a real estate agent, and I placed over 50 Section 8 tenants last year through programs like New Reach, neighborhood programs like Youth Continuum and the Columbus House, and of course things like JD Amelia and New Haven Housing Authority. The average credit score, as we heard earlier, for a Section 8 tenant is 648. That's enough for an FHA loan. It's really too bad there's nothing on the market that's rent to own. You know, if you care about light and you care about crime, and you care about our parks and about neighbors and about jobs, then we have to take back this city from big landlords and give it back to the community members who are going to hire their neighbors for landscaping and construction, who are going to rent at a reasonable rate to people. And if you want to get really specific, there are 144 properties across 23 wards for sale right now. There are 395 housing units, including multi-family apartments and duplex homes, 90% of which have been renovated in the last 5 years. They are owned by one person who's selling it for $50 million. I don't have $50 million, but I hear you guys do. And it would be awesome if you could buy this set of housing, put any proceeds from when you sell it to the home buyers program, to neighborhood housing services, if you need it, selling it back to the housing authority and put it in a revolving fund so we can spend that money again on things like crime reduction, education, and after school programs and parks. Yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
More, then Leanne.
Good evening. Hi. Name and address of the. What you did, set up.
My name is,
On the side.
and yeah, of course I'll be the one to do that. Anyway, my name is Simone Joyner. I live at 3 Boswell Street. Though I have chronic pain due to sciatica in my legs, I was among the many in our community to march and demand yell to pay its fair share. I was not alone. My neighbors marched until their legs and their ached and their backs hurt, missed school and work to make their voices heard. I'm sorry. Yeah, catch my breath. I'm fluffy. Because of our community efforts, were scared money from Yale. The agreement with Yale University to provide the city with additional funds is a step in the right direction, though it is not enough. The Yale money and the ARPA funds give the city once in a generation opportunity to give funds to the communities that have been historically redlined. And the communities that have fought for this money for so many years. My neighbors and I have consequences of redlining. It is heartbreaking to see so many people in crisis. I want to see the community a better place for the next generation, for the now generation. My prince, AKA my son, who is 9 years old, deserves to grow up in a thriving community. He deserves to have resources, more privilege than, that the more privileged children have across the city and into the suburbs. Currently, my prince and my son has no after-school program available. If there were youth programs for him, it is also essential for the city to provide safe transportation. As a single mom who doesn't have a car and who will be working soon from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., it is difficult, if not impossible, to drop off my son as well as pick him up. The city should provide youth programs and transportation to enable their participation. My prince/son is getting older and he has limited chances to get involved with positivity in our community. An opportunity to volunteer, complete apprenticeship programs, and secure a good job. The city needs to change this. My son and our youth need to be given an opportunity for a successful life. We must take advantage of once in a generation opportunity to build a better future for the future generation. Yale must respect New Haven.
All right. Dr. Leanne, Adrian. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Leanne Parent, and my address is 151 Iona Drive in New Haven. I'm sorry, Meredith, Connecticut. My name is Leanne Parent, and I'm here today with New Haven Rising. I have worked in social and human services for several years, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker practicing in New Haven County. Among other things, I have assisted homeless individuals seeking shelter, advocated for people in need of affordable housing, and have supported individuals suffering from serious mental illness and achieving their goals of obtaining an independent and healthy living situation. Over the course of my career, I've repeatedly witnessed so many people in our community struggle to overcome intense barriers to secure affordable housing for themselves and their families. While knocking on doors with New Haven Rising, I have surveyed close to 20 residents in East Rock and downtown.
As expressed by many of the individuals I have previously worked with, the people I surveyed are also primarily worried about the rising cost of living in New Haven. I recall speaking with one mother in particular who was deeply concerned about being forced to move out of New Haven due to the lack of affordable housing. I have heard far too many people express an overwhelming feeling of uncertainty about the future given the lack of affordable housing. People are tirelessly worrying about what will happen to them and their families if their rent, taxes, and the cost of living in the area continue to increase. I have also spoken with many individuals who have been forced to work second, even third jobs because they're struggling to maintain a healthy living situation. Through my work as a mental health therapist, I have seen how such housing concerns are directly linked to increased levels of stress, anxiety, and depression. Just imagine for a moment how disheartening it is for someone to work a second job in the hope of maintaining their home, but finding out that it is not enough to overcome the housing barriers in New Haven. With the increase in available federal funds, the city has a once-in-a-generation opportunity to finally take meaningful action to address the affordable housing crisis. It is imperative that the city uses this money to help the thousands of residents in New Haven that are struggling to afford and maintain their homes. The city should also focus on bringing local businesses into neighborhoods that make sense for the people that live there, and not just for wealthy executives or the Yale community. Rather than bringing in boutique and high-end restaurants and luxury condos that most people can't afford, the city should instead support businesses that meet people's basic needs and provide better access to food, safe spaces for our youth, and mental health services. I urge you to take the concerns shared in the surveys and especially prioritize the voices and needs of Black and Brown communities that have been shut out of resources and opportunities for decades. I also hope we provide more opportunities to hear directly from the people about their needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian? Adrian, okay. Patricia Joseph. After Patricia, Genevieve Walker. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello,
There you go.
my name is Patricia Joseph. I am a resident of London, but I was born in New Haven, I grew up in New Haven, and I'm also a New Haven public school student. But today, I'm speaking on behalf of the New Haven Climate Movement Youth Action Team. I'm speaking with other NHM members today because of this once-in-a-generational opportunity that the federal funds offers to fund climate change mitigation projects in New Haven. We are highly concerned on how the cascading impacts of climate change will affect New Haven and how climate inaction will continue to exacerbate these effects. And as you saw with that atrociously long orange banner that we were holding in the chamber, at the beginning of this hearing, youth across New Haven share the same concern. That banner is composed of hundreds of student signatures from 7 different New Haven public schools, along with suggestions on climate action projects. Undoubtedly, this petition conveys one clear message. As New Haven youth, we are calling on the city to act and respond on the climate emergency. In 2019, the city unanimously declared a climate emergency. But what does an emergency truly mean? And how should one respond to an emergency? I think I can offer a definition by telling you what it doesn't mean. Imagine an ambulance with sirens, wailing the cries that someone is in danger. Someone has just suffered a medical emergency. Now, imagine the same ambulance, never following through and not attending to that person in great need. I think we can agree that this is not how one should respond to an emergency. Likewise, when you're declaring a climate emergency, it doesn't mean just sounding the alarm bells without responding to the needs of New Haven. Declaring an emergency means responding and instituting change in our communities now. We cannot continue to ignore the symptoms of the climate emergency, such as the rising sea levels, coastline flooding, and rise in global average temperatures, aggravation of respiratory illness, and largely the fact that people of color and low-income communities will suffer the most from these repercussions. Funding and climate solutions today ensures brighter outcomes for the future. And mind you, the future will soon be the present of youth today. But this involves hiring climate staff, integrating climate work into city departments, and climate solutions also offer numerous co-benefits for the city. For instance, investing in electrification, green energy, energy efficiency initiatives for the city, buildings and transportation can provide employment to local businesses and workers, save the city funds in energy and maintenance in the long run, and reduce carbon pollution. The climate crisis is a serious issue with serious consequences, requiring your attention, concern, and action. And there are a multitude of solutions well within the reach, requiring consistent funding, not just with the federal funds, but continuously through the budgets. On behalf of New Haven Climate Movement, we strongly urge that a portion of the federal funds goes towards securing a safer, equitable, and healthier future for New Haven. Thank you for your time.
We'll be back. Thank you. Genevieve Walker. Okay, James Anderson. James. Jayla. Okay. After Jayla is Clarence Cummings.
Good evening, my name is Jayla Anderson. I'm a sophomore at Co-op High School and I have been a New Haven public school student for the past 6 years. I am currently here as a member of the New Haven Climate Movement in pursuit of bringing justice to the current state of New Haven. Over the past 6 years, I have gotten to know New Haven, the people within the city, and the beautiful environment it has been blessed with. But the current state of New Haven scares me. The side effects of climate change have been noticeable and more prominent since 2019 when we originally recognized that New Haven is in a climate emergency. Along with the obvious environmental effects that climate change brings, there is also a set of social issues that can be linked to climate change. Events and problems such as health issues, food security, livelihood security, migration, water security, cultural identity, inadequate climate education, and other related tensions. We are now asking you to step up to your commitments and rectify the detrimental changes we as a society have put on our environment. We are asking you to bring justice to our climate. We can do this by allocating 10% of the city's federal funding to climate initiatives and resurgence. The people of New Haven are confused and worried. The government they've trusted with their lives hasn't stepped up to their responsibilities. As a New Haven public school student, 100% of my knowledge of New Haven's current environmental state is from my research. The lack of information and understanding I observe around me is unacceptable, and I blame the lack of climate education within schools. The people of New Haven deserve the right to climate education and understanding of the community around them. Adolescents are expected to receive an education, but do the things we are learning matter if we don't understand the events and injustices happening around us? If we are not being taught to be informed and active on the things that matter, we are being failed by our education and in turn are failing our community. The New Haven community is currently harboring thousands of brilliant minds up for the job of building a better environment and community. It is up to you to provide the means for this to happen. By using 10% of the city's federal funding on climate-related issues, we can begin rebuilding New Haven to its former green glory. Because of COVID, we've fallen behind. While we are amid a global pandemic, the world is changing in more ways than one. These changes do not diminish the impact of climate change, and because of the years lost, have only added more fuel to the global fire. This isn't a novel or a movie, this is real life, and I only ask you to treat it as such. Thank you.
Cummings. Dr. Clarence J. Katz.
Hello, everybody. My name is Clarence Cummings. Please have the microphone. Hello, everybody. My name is Clarence Cummings. I live at 416 Region Avenue.
There you go.
My name is Clarence Cummings. I live at 416 Newton Avenue. I'm here to talk about the kids of today. There is little opportunities for them. In the 60s and 70s, we had free daycare, swimming at all the schools, all kinds of sports, even after job schools. Now there's only the Q house, and little else. With this rising money, who's hoping we get over with the cost of living, childcare. And that's it. Mine's is short. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay? After Jay, we have Chris Switzer. Schweitzer. Jay? Chris?
I'm Chris Schweitzer, 361 Elm Street, and thank you very much for all your patience and time and listening. And it's great for all these people caring so much about poverty and social justice and creating a better New Haven. I'm here from New Haven Climate Movement and New Haven Land Sister City Project, which both work to address issues of poverty. Just a couple of points to make about just the seriousness of climate change. In an address to the world population, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called the latest Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report a file of shame, cataloging the empty pledges that put us firmly on track towards an unlivable world. We are on a fast track to climate disaster. Major cities underwater, unprecedented heat waves, terrifying storms, widespread water shortages, extinction of 1 million species of plants and animals. This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us will result from our current energy policies. We are on a pathway to global warming of more than double the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit agreed to in the Paris Agreement. So basically, this is just an emergency, it's a crisis, and we are encouraging the city to look very carefully at doing many things that were talked about today regarding jobs, better neighborhoods, health, transportation, and do them also in a way with eyes towards also cutting greenhouse gases and addressing climate change. We really hope through this process, considering the use of federal funds, each of those projects that's already on the table, we look at carefully. Can we do a jobs program that also creates green jobs, energy efficiency jobs? Can we help alleviate poverty through transportation programs, free bus passes, or much more affordable transportation? Can we do things that improve public health, that reduce fossil fuel use, et cetera, et cetera? So we really encourage the city to look carefully about investing in programs that both address poverty and jobs and better welfare for New Haven and also address climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Katerina Casson. Katerina Pamela Luza Chavez.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Katerina Sonia, and I'm here to read a letter from, thank you, 900 Chapel Street, New Haven. And I'm here reading a letter from the Sisters in Diaspora Collective, which is a group of migrant and refugee women here in New Haven, primarily Muslim refugee women, and so they could not be here because they're breaking fast tonight because of Ramadan. And I know we were on the agenda, but we opted to not present today in order to give more public testimony. So I just read the letter. Dear New Haven Board of Alders, as a group that includes Arabic and Spanish speaking migrant women, mothers, workers, and greater New Haven residents, we, the Sisters in Diaspora Collective, would like to formally make a proposal for the use of ARP COVID-19 relief funds to reduce housing inequity in our city and make safe, dignified housing more accessible for thousands of residents. We are aware of the mayor's office proposal to allocate $10 million to housing initiatives and $4 million to a New Haven land bank from ARP funds. But we know that this amount is hugely insufficient compared to the scope of the problem. According to the federal government, housing is considered affordable if it costs 30% or less of a family's income. But based on a recent report by New Haven's Affordable Housing Commission, 54% of New Haven residents spend more than 30% of their income on rent, meaning that over half of New Haven residents are housing insecure. This does not even count the approximately 400 people in our New Haven community who are homeless and live on the street. Even those that have a roof over their heads live in homes that are far too small for their families. While federal housing subsidies exist, they exclude thousands of immigrants who live in our city from eligibility. And even for those who are eligible, the wait list for public and Section 8 housing are thousands of people long. Nearly every one of us in our group and our broader community has been on one of these wait lists for years, with no indication that we will ever be placed in a unit. Meanwhile, the housing that is being built is completely inaccessible to us, even most housing that is called affordable. Safe, dignified housing is a human right and an essential building block of a healthy life. Given the housing crisis in our city and the fact that existing housing access programs have been proven to be insufficient, we urge the board to increase the proposed amount of $10 million allocated for housing to $62.5 million. This number is 54% of the total $150 million in ARP funds, which is proportional to the 50.4% of New Haven residents who lack access to a basic right, which is affordable housing. Here's a breakdown of our proposal. $50.5 million. 5 buildings currently owned by corporate absentee landlord companies, and preserve these buildings as public property to be used as alternative affordable housing. $12 million. Provide monthly subsidies for 1,000 families on the wait list for Section 8 and public housing for 2 years. This is an adaptation of a proposal submitted to the City of New Haven by Elm City Communities. There is an extreme shortage of units available through the Section 8 and public housing program, which means that thousands of us wait for 5, 10, or more years before our names get pulled from a wait list. This subsidy would undoubtedly be transformative for many, many people in our community. We urge the Board of Alders to seriously consider our concerns and demands. If we want everyone in our city to have access to a life of health and well-being, we must urgently prioritize making sure that safe and dignified housing is available to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Camilla. Dr. Camilla is Alejandro Roy.
Hi, I'm Camila Lisa Chavez, 177 Chestnut Street. And I just want to start by saying that it's really inspiring and energizing to see all the people who came here to testify today, and people who went out and surveyed their neighbors and fellow community members to hear their priorities for the use of this ARP money. Because I know firsthand from my job as co-director of an organization called Havenly that works with dozens of immigrant and refugee families. And just that from my personal life, I know that this ARP budget was not based on a robust and a real community input process. So it's, and that's why we took the initiative. I'm part of the same group as Katarina, who just read that letter, the Sisters in Diaspora Collective. That's why we took the initiative to write that proposal, which we submitted to the Board of Alders in January. And it's why we collected over 200 signatures on a petition in support of that proposal that pushes for far more than $10 million to be given to housing, because of it is such a fundamental part of a good and healthy and life of well-being, and it is the top priority and top preoccupation of every single family that we work with. And as we could hear from all the people who spoke today, clearly a top priority for almost every person who spoke as well. Our group includes dozens of immigrant families, mainly from Arabic and some from Spanish-speaking countries. And it was formed by a group of women who had recently graduated from a job training program at the organization I helped to run. They decided to form this group because they all found themselves facing the same persistent lack of access to affordable housing, and realized that this was not an individual issue, but a community-wide systemic problem. Nearly all of the women in our group are on the wait list for Section 8 housing in New Haven. Some have been for over 5 years, and none of them have ever received a voucher. One of the founders of our group is the head of a 9-person household and the only breadwinner, and she's been on the wait list for 7 years with no indication of when she might receive a voucher. According to a speech made on March 29th by Ms. Karen DuBois Walton, the director of Elm City Communities, there are 17,000 people on the wait list for Section 8 housing in New Haven. These are people who have submitted all the paperwork and are qualified for the Section 8 program given their income level, but who have to wait for years and years on end, never knowing when or if they will ever get off that wait list. Again, over 54% of New Haven residents are rent burdened, and we believe that housing is a human right, and we deeply question the mayor's proposed $10 million to be used on affordable housing, given that it is insufficient, and the way that it is proposed to be used is vague and really focuses and is limited to housing, home ownership, educational programs, and temporary rent relief programs. And that will not lead to long, sustained, systematic change. That's why we're proposing for $50.5 million to be used to buy buildings, to put families in them, to buy buildings to preserve them as affordable housing long term. Thank you.
Thank you. And Boyd.
Hi, good to see you guys again. My name is Alejandro Rojas.
We're going to need to use that microphone.
This one, right?
Yes.
Hi, good to see you guys again. My name is Alejandro Rojas, 94 Carlisle Street in the Hill. I have been talking with some of my neighbors and serving them as part of my work with human rights. I've completed over 12 surveys, mostly from residents in the Hill. After serving these neighbors, the main issues that community members are concerned about include housing, a lack of services and programming for youth, and the very poor condition of our roads. Affordable housing came up as a top priority for the Hill. The city currently lacks the infrastructure to tackle this issue, so that has resulted in increased homelessness. This is more prevalent in areas where people of color and low-income communities live and have lived for decades because of policies like redlining. If you were to drive past Popeyes on Dixwell Ave, or past the Children's Hospital on Howard Ave, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. You can just feel it. And the cracks and potholes in the streets of the Hill, for example, show that some neighborhoods get very tax impoverished. I cannot tell you from a personal experience over the last 5 years how much money my mother personally has spent on fixing her cars, changing her cars, just to go to work from point A to point B. If you go downtown, you don't see these potholes. You don't feel them. You get right on the highway and go back home. The Hill matters too. Youth services are another priority for the Hill. Our youth need more safe havens. They need opportunities and spaces that show them that they matter. This is critical because many of our youth come from low-income and single-parent households. It is difficult to go to school and focus on learning and reaching your full potential when you have to face so much adversity in your life, and the adults around you are not helping. We cannot create generational wealth for our residents without offering these services to their children and their families. As a resident of New Haven, I can relate to the issues my neighbors shared. I immigrated from Mexico at the age of 9. I didn't come here, I was brought here. And I have lived in New Haven for most of my life. Like many people in the Hill, I have faced a lot of struggles. I grew up in a single-parent household, became emancipated from my parents when I was a minor, and have since had to fend for myself. I would not be here without the support of my educators and my community members. They have pushed me to be the person I am now and to be actively involved and deeply care about the community. The Board of Aldermen cast a legislative agenda that prioritizes affordable housing, and I know that youth opportunities are a priority for many on the board. I urge the board to prioritize these issues for the residents in the Hill. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Ann Boyd, 194 West Street, Hill neighborhood. You guys ready for me?
Please sit down.
Oh,
Good.
that's good. Sit down.
If you would rather stand.
I'm here
then
tonight
you'll need to
talk
face
about,
us.
I think they can hear me.
No.
What?
You need to use the microphone, please.
Okay, if you say
So
so.
that everybody.
Okay.
Don't touch the button.
Hmm?
Don't touch the button. Just put, there you go. Just put it up. There you go.
Great. You guys need to come in the hill and show us how to do the stop sign. I'm here, I'll face you because this is your desire. But I would like to see you in my neighborhood so you can see what we have to deal with, which is the hill. Okay? I'm also in support of New Haven Rising because the hill is falling. When I say falling, the hill is vacant properties, there's vacant land, there's land that's occupied, and New Haven has a history of land banking. And you're pushing us away. You're letting our neighborhoods go to nothing, deplorable, because next some developer from Soho or Avalon Estates come in with a good idea to bring revenue to the city of New Haven and affordable housing, which is not true. Which is not true. I'm going to give you a little history about myself. I sat on the New Haven Poverty Commission. I worked for National Housing out of Miami, Florida. I was a property manager in New Britain, Connecticut for 6 years. I was a property manager in New Haven in the Hill where 65 units of housing, supposed to be low income, for 16 years. I sat on the New Haven Parent Title I.
1 minute.
I said, I'm gonna give it to you. Anything I miss, I'll write it to you. I sat on school revitalization for the city of New Haven, which is horrible. Home are terrible. In the Hill, the last affordable units that was built was Congress Homes on Congress Avenue, which I sat as president of the board, condos. I also sat on the advisory committee for Congress West Homes, developed by Marvin Gold and family. I sat on the selection committee to move in there. That complex now is 37 years old, and in the 37 years has not had any rehab work done to it. The school system is terrible. I'm late on the list because we had an accident at the corner of Davenport and West Street here with a school bus. The children sat on the bus for 2 hours before they even got, and they had no list of who the children, what to call the parents and tell them where the kids were. This is the stuff we had to, we have a boys club that has an 8 parking space in the parking lot and nothing going on the inside. New Haven Boys and Girls. There's no partnership with the Savoni Brothers Incorporation and the United Steel to make that a bigger and better place for children in the city of New Haven, not just the Hill. I've been there. I worked on committees. I worked with New Haven youth under the city of New Haven. It's worse now than it's ever been. And you're sitting there thinking that all we got to do, everybody run to the Dixon Q House, the Stetson Library is there, the Hill House Center there. Everybody run over there. You only got a bus to take the kids down the street, let's alone from across town. Talk about crime in the city of New Haven. Y'all the crime, y'all the people that we elected to look at our police department and crime prevention in the city of New Haven. I know that's the alderman in the 3rd ward. Who are you? And who are you? And who else is sitting at this table? I see people in here tonight that I ain't never seen in my life, especially saying they come from the Hill. I lived in the Hill for 63 years. I shouldn't have to stand up here to say my name is Ann Boyd. Y'all should know who I am. I thank you. Y'all will hear from me again. And anybody in here, what you should be doing is signing up over there because this city of New Haven administrative government needs an oversee me.
Okay, thank you. I recognize that people put a lot of action because the problems are real, the issues are real. Let us keep moving forward so we can hear from everybody. This way, community matters to work. We have to turn this over.
Kathy Tay, 61 Springfield Avenue. Thank you. It's good to see everyone. And especially, I want to thank all the speakers who came before me. We heard a variety of themes tonight. Housing was one of the biggest ones. And I want to talk a little bit about energy and climate change and housing. The kind of emergency items really connect with everything of these different categories of spending, but especially with housing. And we're humans, so we think in human scale. We don't really understand climate change in the big way. I mean, we see it in the news, we hear about sea level rising, but it also plays out right in our homes. And there are things that affect health and safety that need to be handled as part of making homes more energy efficient and electrifying them. So health and safety barriers such as removal of non-intrusive wiring, removal of asbestos, mold, pests, that's all part of the process. Of course, getting off of fossil fuels is eventually part of the process as well, which all these things combine to make a safer indoor air quality and just generally safer homes, more comfortable homes. I also want to talk about affordability with housing. So as a previous speaker mentioned, 30% of income is considered affordable housing, if that's what's spent on it. And 6% of income is what's considered affordable for utilities, for energy burden. In our historically redlined communities, people are paying 15% and more of their income toward their utility bills. The inability to pay utility bills is one of the highest drivers of homelessness in this city and in Connecticut. So I just want to thank folks for understanding how these all fit together. I really strongly support the whole picture. And that's it for me tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Again, thank you everybody for your patience. It's great to hear from everybody. If folks need to chat with their neighbor, please take it outside. I want to make sure that everybody can hear the folks who are speaking. Just take the microphone, maybe adjust the
Hello, my name is.
need to turn that on. There you go.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Mills. I live at 126 Shepherd Ave. I'm here today to speak on behalf of New Haven Rising because I want to do what I can to help my community and give a voice to the people who are in need of support. Over the last few weeks, I have surveyed 17 residents in my neighborhood, asking them their main concerns and how the city should best use the HRP funds. Many people in our community are struggling. The survey work that I have done throughout New Haven Rising has revealed that people are disturbed and with concerns of our city. So many residents need help, but they feel that the city is not listening to them. And that is where I am here to speak on their behalf. Today, the city of New Haven has the opportunity to hear directly from the people and to help address their concerns. Many individuals I have spoken to have said that we are unable to find well-paying jobs and earn money to support their families. There are several people who are not receiving adequate mental health treatment and retaliation for alcohol and drug addiction. Many people are also expressed their concerns over the lack of youth programs for our children. Giving back to our youth is very important to me. As a parent of three, I want to make sure that we do everything we can to provide a better future for our children. In addition to these issues, many people that I have spoken to also expresses their concern related to the lack of affordable housing. So many people in our community are being forcefully evicted from their homes. Forcefully evicted from their homes. So many people in our community are being forcibly evicted from their homes or constantly harassed by unethical landlords. There are those who are unfortunately left homeless are unable to pay for their community and also find the resources to get back on their feet. In response to the survey data that I have collected, the city also should use the ATR funds to provide more affordable housing for residents. Among other things, the city should also provide more academic centers for children that they can learn from each other, build a better future together, providing more community services and community centers. Also help develop entrepreneur classes to give individuals resources to run their own businesses. Many people I have spoken to feel that their voices are not being heard, but I am here today because I believe the city needs to hear directly from us. I hope the city can listen and take bold actions in response to their needs and of the needs of all the residents.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Tim Harris, Tim David, Batter. Golden. Eli. Oh, they all coming up. Okay.
Yeah, save some time.
They all coming up, okay. Name and address for the record, please. Yes.
Okay, my name is Kim Harris, 29 Randy Street.
That's it.
Eli.
I live in New York, 445 New York Street. My name is I'm from
Okay, thank you so much. Am I right here? Can everybody hear me in the back? Because I always tell the kids that if we can't hear you, or if we don't understand what you're saying, it doesn't count. So today we're going to talk about being heard and understood. So for me, I'm a third generation New Hallville. These young people right here, they're fifth generation New Hallville. And I'm a second generation childcare owner and a second generation community builder. As I sit here and I look at them, I see our next alder, our next president of the board, and our next mayor. It's really important for our kids to have first-time experiences. Our city, our neighborhoods won't survive without it. For over 52 years, this is what's been important to me and my family. We're in the childcare industry. We've trained them up since before they were born and countless others, not just in New Hallville, but citywide. So here's what's important to us as we speak today. Childcare and programs for children and youth. Childcare. This is the industry that keeps people working. It's the only industry that keeps people working. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Programs for children and youth. This year, we had some serious experiences. Because of the Summer Youth Expansion Grant and because of Circle, we were able to experience some serious things, weren't we, this summer? So Jane, I'll have you take the mic quickly, because we're saving time. Everybody's name is on the list. Really, we got 3, 6, 9, 12 minutes of speak time, but we're gonna cut that in less than half. What do you remember most about this summer because of the expansion grant? Nice and loud. Remember, if we can't hear you, if we don't understand you, it doesn't count. And what was it about Lake Compounds that was great for you? I'll ask Eli. What was it about the rides and what else, Eli? What did you like mostly about Lake Compound? The food. Okay, I want to speak to the food. The food. This is the first time that we go to Lake Compound for, it's been decades that we've been going. But this is the first time that we were able to afford the all-you-can-eat buffet. Now, seriously, it was something that most Black and brown children don't get a chance to experience when they go on trips like this. I mean, we ate so much, it was like, go take a bath after this. But we stayed and we went and we rode some more rides. So I would like to just maybe ask one more question to our distinguished panel of guests here. Thank you. Correct. What do you think that you would like to do again next year? If we can have some funding, if we can have some more money, some more funding to do some things, what would you like to do next year? What would be one of the things you would like to do?
Go back to Lake Compound.
All right. All you need.
So, I mean, I have pages and pages of things, but I'm just gonna really cut to the chase here. And basically just say, in closing, I really would like to ask consideration for continuing to find and fund, or really to fund first-time experiences for our children. It's important, it's very important to how we engage our children, how we educate our children, and how we grow our future. Because without our future, we will not have the next mayor, the next head of the board of alders, and the next alder of New Alder. We really need to continue to fund those things. We thank you very much for all that you do. Thank you.
This looks like Alvin. Bob.
Even 426 Huntington. Lena. She's
You got it.
My name is Nina Wilson, and I'm 420 Huntington Street in New York. I'm also a member of the management team. And you have heard from, as of the first testifier, Ms. Chambers, how I feel, and I'm much more eloquent than I could ever be. From Kim Harris, much more eloquent and interesting than I possibly can be. But what I want to say, so I'm going to put an exclamation point on what they've said and what you heard tonight from the need for childcare, youth programming. And I'm not just talking the little kids, we have to get them in high school too. We have to get training programs for these folks, not just to be maintenance workers and landscapers. Let's do it so they have some technical skills, some scientific skills, so they can have really sustainable jobs and have a life. We also need affordable housing. I mean, you've heard all about it. Affordable housing for the neighborhood it's in, not Fairfield County. And that's what I think we look at. And also, I think you can have requirements for those people buying the empty lots. So we don't have one firm eating up the whole real estate and thus controlling the rent. And I think that would be good. The other thing is the elderly. You've heard it all, so I don't have to repeat it. But those are programs. And then one other thing is I do food rescue. I don't know if you know what that is, but I get food that the universities would throw out, and schools would throw out. I pick it up. I bring it to one of my buddies on the street who's got a table in front of their house, and I will tell you people are hungry. So we're not just talking about living in a house. We're talking about eating and food. They're hungry out there. And when people are hungry, they do dopey things. And the crime rate is right up there in Boulder. You've heard Senator Winfield having a bullet in his house. Well, I don't sleep or stay in the front of my house. My family stays in the back of the house. Because I got several bullets to hold in my house, and my neighbors do too. And I hear it at night. And I think if we keep the kids busy in really in additional education and things that they can be proud of themselves in, we might reduce that crime. And the police can do other things besides chase after this. So thank you very much. And I do wish you guys the most intelligent thinking you can have in order to make this stuff possible.
Thank you. Olivia Sanders. Melissa?
My name is Melissa Griffin, and I'm from 380 Ferry Street. I represent, yep, I'm just trying to save my time. I represent the wilderness, the streets out there. And in my neighborhood, I see a lot of substance abuse and I see a lot of addiction problems going on. I see a lot of addiction problems going on. And it made me think about, the ostracization of someone who is going through such trouble. And I found in Luke 6:6, and it talked about a man who was healed from infirmity while sitting in a place of hope. Hoping to be healed, he sat there until healing took place, the only place where he wouldn't be outcast, which was at the house of prayer. Standing in front of everyone who didn't help him because of his infirmity, saw in astonishment that his shriveled hand became whole again. When real healing takes place, there is no way that one could just sit and waste away. That healed person is moved to action. But sometimes when you are outcast by so many, it's difficult to move on because of your past. It is very difficult to convince people that you are better. My desire is to help others with a withered past to believe in hope again by connecting with those who are just sitting in a hopeless situation instead of unmet mental health issues, spiritual issues, health issues. We can encourage people to believe in families, community, and in community. This is very important for the survival of the city. Now, I'm not here to beg for anything or ask for anything. I just want to acknowledge the fact that we have recyclable goods in our community. We have people who have been through stuff who can also be, are encouraging to other people who are also going through stuff. So if that thing was encouraged or supported, I think that we can go out and talk to people and say, you know what, if I can make it, you can make it. And supporting programs that do that instead of just saying, you don't have the background. Your background check comes back null and void, so you're null and void, which is not helping us to support each other who have been in that situation. If you understand what I'm trying to say. So I'm just here as a representative of somebody who has been through something, who is able to come through something and now ready to give back. So I'm available for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Raymond Jackson. After Raymond, Sonia Alvarez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Raymond Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, you have to use the microphone.
Oh. My name is Raymond Jackson.
Mr. Jackson. Dave.
No. Flip it.
Oh,
Dave.
move through objects.
You'll figure it.
My name is Raymond Jackson. I live at 200 Shelton Avenue, and I'm a lifelong resident of New Haven. 63 years old.
Would you please put it closer to your mouth?
Oh, I'm 63 years old. Out of them 63 years, I've been on Winchester Avenue, Shelton Avenue for 60 years. So I've seen a lot of changes, you know. So, like I said, you know, I work for the city of New Haven, but I'm here as a community member, speaking on my own behalf and for my community, And, you know, I'm also a co-chair for the 21st Ward for, you know, all the winters, all the winters, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous.
You're doing fine.
So my job as well as the survey work I've done with New Haven Rising, I've gotten the chance to hear about the issues of our community, most concerned about, particularly in New Hallville and Dixwell. One topic that many people, including myself, are worried about is the lack of opportunities for our youth, which that's my main worry. And the programs that I've seen came to our neighborhood, that within our neighborhoods and are gone now. You know, we used to have so many programs in the neighborhood that I really couldn't tell you what we had. I know we had skill centers that these youth don't know about these days because we took them for granted ourselves, you know. But nowadays you look back on, you know, certain programs that we used to have that go on. And that's one of the things that I really stress about. Because when you see the youth today, they're 15, 16 years old, and they don't realize what the past used to be like.
1 minute.
Yeah, they don't realize what the past used to be like. And they can't go back to what it was. So what I'm here for, and what gives me the courage to come here and talk about programs and what the money that we have, you know, coming into our city is needed for, is for these programs for these youth. And that gives me courage, especially when I see the youth come down here and speak for themselves. You know, that's a big plus for me. And I really want to appreciate the help that, you know, the mayor's doing, the alders, and the people that come down here to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia Alvarez, after the song of Witherspoon.
Ms. Alvarez. Name and address for the record. The gray part goes right next to the next. Yeah.
Sonia Alvarez, I reside at Bella Vista, and I'm here to read the testimony of Vera Johnson. My name is Vera Johnson. I live at 343 Eastern Street in New Haven. I've lived in New Haven my entire life and currently reside in a senior housing complex.
Can you just put it closer to your mouth?
lived in New Haven my entire life. I wish I came senior housing complex at 7 and here today for correction.
Oh, no. She has a soft voice. Please continue.
Here today and speaking to that. We can rise. Senior citizens in my area have deeply concerned about the state of our city. I want to do what I need to help improve the conditions of my neighborhood. In the past few weeks, I have surveyed about 16 residents and would like to bring to your attention some of their top concerns. Many of the people I have spoken with are ready for safety. There's simply not enough security for seniors waiting for our stuff. But the lack of security when people are able to get into our building on a regular basis without any checking process. The cars parked outside or even in our garage, which we have to pay for, frequently broken into or have costs.
1 minute.
I recall there used to be more security monitors in seniors housing, however, that is no longer the case. People in my neighborhood are afraid of even more outside. There no protection. Another top concern is stress. My residents in my area is about the lack of services available for senior housing. The state of my building is awful. There are insufficient cleaning services provided and several basic amenities are in need of major repair. Among other issues, the upkeep of our housing has gone down dramatically in the past few years. Laundry machines provided restrictions of 10% away from us in our neighbors has been floating for some time. It is incredibly dangerous for senior citizens with individual disabilities to live in 20-story buildings without properly functioning properly. If something were to go wrong, many of us would be stuck behind the building road. This is a big safety hazard that must be addressed immediately. Although our dispatch is a large concentration of senior living in the ward is to the board. We now have a chance to increase rights. With increased federal funding from the American Investment Act, the city of New Haven has an opportunity to invest in additional resources to help its senior citizens who are some of the most vulnerable members. Help address our safety concerns, more resources should be directed toward providing additional security services in our neighborhood. Moreover, portions of the ARP funds should be allocated to improve the quality of living in senior housing centers. Cleaning and care should be provided rather than food. Finally, more resources should be allocated to provide senior citizens with living environments.
Thank you. You can leave. Good. Our staff.
Yes, I better.
You did good. Thank you so much. Thank you. After the middle school, Sean Williams.
Good to see you, former elder Witherspoon. I believe you know the drill and name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Alberta My name is Alberta Witherspoon. I live at 358 Orange Street, McQueenie Public Housing. I am a co-chair of the Ward 7.
Ms. Oliver, if you could just hold close to your mask, people will be able to hear you.
I'm a co-chair of Ward 7. I'm a housing commissioner, and I'm a member of the New Haven Rising. I moved to Ward 7 back in '96. Then I never could have imagined that there would be luxury apartments going up everywhere with rent out of control. The median rent is $2,200 for a one-bedroom apartment. And you have to work 3 jobs, 3 full-time jobs to afford rent like that. I am proud to say Housing Authority is the only one that has moving to work programs to improve resident lives. But there's a long list of people who need housing like mine. That's a big reason why I surveyed 23 of my neighbors and fighting for ARP money to help low-income and working people afford housing. We also need more shelter for women, especially moms with boys. They have to go all the way to Waterbury unless they can get in a Christian Community Action. A lot of my neighbors talk about senior issues. We would like senior centers to be open more than 3 days a week. My elderly and disabled neighbors.
1 minute.
My elderly and disabled neighbors, they're talking about part-time jobs, even full-time jobs, and even jobs for our youth. Our grandkids who are struggling and didn't have the opportunity that used to exist. Finally, I'm thrilled to have the Q House back. My daughter learned dance in that original Q House, but we need places for youth to go in every area of the city. And there should be somewhere accessible 24 hours a day for crisis drop. Perhaps we could at least open schools and libraries and hire city workers to staff them. We could even we could even hire seniors to mentor, provide support and tutoring to youth. Or we could work with Housing Authority to have community rooms serve as safe places for after-school youth programs. New Haveners are hard workers and care and have talent, but we need to put 2 and 2 together. Use the resource we have, both human and financially, to solve the serious problem both youth and senior face. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean Williams, after Sean, Dave Cruz, Estella. Did not get that letter.
Is it Sean Williams here? Sean Williams? Okay. Dave Cruz Bustamante, or Bustamante.
Bustamante.
Okay.
Sorry for messing up the last name.
No worries. Okay. That's a great part.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good evening. My name is David Cruz Bustamante. I use daily pronouns, and I'm a working class high school student in Connecticut a political education fellow, and a community outreach coordinator at Citywide Youth Coalition. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of myself, my family, and the young people and community members I serve from all over the city. Since very young, I have lived in tenement housing in Fairhaven. Forced to move in because of skyrocketing rent, waking up to see a house infested with rats, roaches, water from rainstorm leaking in through the ceiling, food insecurity, and 8 people living on 1 floor. Crack dealers and intense arguments in the streets. And throughout my very short life, we have moved from house to house, attempting to flee the rising tide of landlord monopolies. And yet everywhere we go, we are met with the same painting of unspeakable violence, poverty, and despair. And almost all of the other folks that I talk to and serve experience the same. The total uprooting of their lives, their grief from departing the places that they call home, their utter frustration with crime and subpar schools, the hopelessness. It's a terrible and tragic, a crippling feeling to wake up at age 11 in a house like this, forced to move over and over again, realizing that families like you don't deserve a place to call home. All of the people that live in Cleveland, everyone is human, including the ones everyone loves to scapegoat and disparage and point finger at. Everyone. I, alongside the communities I testify on behalf of, demand that the funds from the American Rescue Plan be invested in reforming housing policies and investing in actual affordable housing, youth programs and good union jobs, places like community centers for people to share time and space in, and trauma-informed and restorative alternatives to incarceration and police that is crafted by the community and by educated professionals who know what they're doing, ensuring that those alternatives are not set up to fail. Locking people up and throwing away the key without thinking about what drives them to harm is illogical, reactionary, and based on fear rather than proactive solutions. And again, all of these can be done to address the climate crisis. They are not different from one another. So listen closely, and I ask that you please don't glaze your eyes over the demands of the people, for they come from a place of utter need. Don't ignore the wrath and the fury and the power of the people. Hopelessness is a disease that has been festering and running rampant in historically oppressed communities for centuries. It's an ugly and horrible disease. Let's finally invest in the cure and give the people hope. Thank you. Oh, no, I didn't. My apologies. For the record, my name is David Cruz Bustamante, and I live at 121 Chapel Street. Thank you so much. Sure.
Georgia Goldberg.
So I've seen people doing this the entire time. I'm still gonna miss it. The other way, this way. Okay, don't press the button you said. Okay. Oh. Okay. Good afternoon or good night, esteemed members of the Alders Board. I've had the pleasure to work with you, Sal, in helping another childcare center be established in the program. So I just want to refresh your memory as to who I am. My name is Georgia Goldberg, and I'm the director of Hope for New Haven. My mask. Do you mind if I take this off? Oh, I need to breathe. And I'm also the co-founder of Circle, and we are a network of over 40 childcare providers right now throughout the state. We are part of the Connecticut Office of Early Childhood Education Support System for childcare businesses, and we target providers of color. Oh, I live is my address. I actually live in Middletown. Please don't hold that against me. But my business is in New Haven, and it's been in New Haven for 17 years. So I do want to share again that we support childcare businesses that work primarily with children of color or who are owned and operated by providers of color. And we do that because children are really segregated in the childcare centers. If there's a director that's a Hispanic owner, that's where we're gonna find our Hispanic children. If they're Black, this is where you're gonna find our Black children. And if they're white, that's where you're gonna find our white and Asian children. So we really target those providers where those children are. So I'm gonna get to my testimony. Esteemed alders, 90% of a child's brain is formed by age 5. Yet New Haven devotes a whopping 9% of its budget each year to early care and education. Imagine if a contractor suggested that they plan to use 9% of construction budget to build a school and the other 91% for future repairs due to faulty construction. You would immediately see the absurdity of this. Yet, this is what New Haven does every year. But instead of a school, we're building a child's brain. And we're only allocated 9% of our budget to do that. This is absurd. And this highlights the preparation gap and it highlights the achievement gap in the city. If you talk to most elementary school teachers, they will tell you the preparation gap and social and emotional competency is the biggest issue and the biggest challenge that they have in the school. Guess where those things happen? In your early care system. I can tell you right now, the research is clear. It doesn't matter what you do. Let me say this again. It doesn't matter how much you invest. If you are not investing at the time when 90% of something is being built, everything after that is mitigation. And that the data has shown very clearly is the least effective form of intervention that you can do with children. New Haven needs to start to make the investment that it needs in our youngest children. The city is not friendly to children. It is not friendly to families with children. It is not friendly to families with young children. I've been in the city for 17 years. I've been working with young children for 17 years. In my past life, I worked at St. Thomas's Day School. I worked at Highville Mustard Seed Charter School. I was one of the first lead counselors, and I was actually instrumental in expanding or helping the lead program in Hartford. And what I will say, I have not had the type of success that I've had working at BoA Child Development Center. I'm just gonna ask you to indulge me for a couple of seconds more. Birth to 3 is our biggest referral source. Birth to 3 is an early intervention system for the state of Connecticut. It is Hope's biggest referral source outside of our parents because of the way that we mitigate the developmental delays with children before they enter school. Imagine if we can do that for 100% of children in the city. Imagine what you would be able to achieve with children if you can reach 100% of those children before they go through the doors of kindergarten. We are effective in doing that. When I was in elementary school, I could not achieve that. I'm achieving that now. New Haven needs to invest not just the $10 million ARPA fund, because that's temporary money. You guys need to re-examine your budget, your education budget, your city budget, and you need to start to make the investments now, or every year you're going to be back here dealing with the crime, dealing with issues in the school, dealing with teachers fleeing the school system because it is unmanageable. Thank you so very much for giving me this time.
Thank you. Dave Valentine. After Dave comes Edward Randall Jr.
Right.
We thank everybody's patience. This has been very informative, and I see that there are people on the list to testify who are still waiting for their opportunity, which will come soon. And name and address for it.
Dave Balance, you know.
Okay, I'll call it that.
95 Howard Avenue, City Council. I just want to start by saying thank you so much to everyone that spoke before. It's my first time actually seeing this in person, and I was very inspired. I currently sit as secretary of the commission, and I'm just here with my voice and my support for our youth engagement and village outreach, as well as our on-home initiatives. Those two are important to me as a resident, as I previously worked for the Head Start program in Oregon, as well as in K-8 and Corvallis High School as a school counselor, before moving into Therapy Growth Apps Foundation, which is a very intense subject. I just want to say I have a full spectrum of what's happening with the behavior. And through all that, I just want to say those two, that idea of early childhood education is important. The achievement of not only with the burden, but also the children. Something that often, when you're looking at the population of Connecticut, how many people are neighborhoods, large students within the public school system, children, the need our support, children housing, and the environment services. So I want to personally voice the support for those two goals.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Edward Randall. Dr. Edward Sawa Abdul Sabah.
Edward Randall Jr. Edward Randall. Moving on, Ms. Abdul Sabur. Sawa Abdul Sabur. We will move forward.
Lawson Dickerson.
Kalana Monique Lawson Dickerson. Okay. Chloe Lawson Stewart. Floria Daskin.
Good evening.
Ask you to use the microphone and to give us your name and address for the record. And the gray part is the part you're speaking. Turn it around.
Flip it upside down.
There you go. Thanks.
My name is Elder Floria Baskin, and I live at 112 Butler Street.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it is quite helpful to hold it very close to your neck. Thank you, sir. Once you get set.
Do you want me to repeat it?
Yes.
My name is Elder Floria Baskin, and I live at 112 Butler Street. I am a proud resident of New Hallville community that I call home for 61 years. Over the years, I have talked to countless of my neighbors in the past. A couple of months, I have surveyed over 25 people with the New Haven Rising. I've also marched, knocked on doors, and even sat down in the street in order to win more resources from Yale and the government. With the funds, we have won from Yale, the pilot program, and the American Rescue Plan.
I hope the city will address the critical lack of resources and opportunity for our youth. The youth in New Hallville have been abandoned by the city outside of the schools. Our young people have nothing to do and nowhere to go but to hang out in the streets. Our community is tired of seeing young people being drawn into activities that don't lead to healthy lifestyles. Our youth are dying out in the streets or being sent off to jail. And it's all because they do not enjoy the resources that young people need to live a good life. Our community cannot bear attending more funerals of Black and brown teens, especially the men, who should have gotten an opportunity to graduate from high school, to go to college, gain a stable job, and to pursue their dreams. I personally have lost several young people members in my family who were the only children of their parents. Enough is enough. The problem of our young people losing their lives can be addressed if the city invests in New Hallville youth and in good jobs for their parents and the New Haven youth as well. New Hallville needs a safe space for teens and young adults to recreate and to develop work skills. We need a youth center that provides mental health resources for young people who have been traumatized.
1 minute.
We need summer programs and after-school activities that will be available for all of our youth. These are the things that need to be implemented immediately to stop the killing and the violence and make sure we have our youth the resources they need to live a fulfilling, healthy life. I'd like to close with this slogan from the United Negro College Fund. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. And since it is the minds of our youth that will shape the future, collective future, I say our youth are especially terrible things to waste. Every youth has a talent. From the day we were all born with God, from their birth, they were all had a God-given talent. Every human being on earth has a given talent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Shirley Lord Khan. Lord Khan. After Laura comes Julia Patricola. Good evening.
Laura Khan, 54 Cleveland Road. Good evening, friends. Thank you for being here. I chair the Environmental Advisory Council, as you know, the city board that deals with environmental issues. Before the Environmental Advisory Council started in late 2016, a group of concerned residents met for months, compiling a list of sustainability issues and seeking a formal protocol for dealing with them. Many members of that group wanted the city to establish an office specifically to work on these issues. I have to tell you, I was not among those. Instead, the EAC has been assisted in our work by many departments in the city. We, the EAC, a group of volunteers, engage with government officials, business owners, local, state, and national environmental advocates, and anyone else who can educate us about issues. After more than 5 years of Environmental Advisory Council meetings at which concerns are raised and experts consulted, we are overwhelmed with issues in the attempt to fulfill our mandate to collect, analyze, interpret, publish, and disseminate baseline information concerning historical, existing, and projected environmental conditions concerning air, water, solid waste, noise, and the use of natural resources in the city. It is time for the city to hire employees to help with the work the EAC and others have been doing for years. The EAC learns facts and writes letters, but we do not have a platform to advise everyone in New Haven. That the herbicide True Green is spraying on lawns all over the city is so toxic that it is banned for sale to consumers in New York. That leaf blowers cause permanent hearing loss and other health problems and raise clouds of dust containing viruses, pesticides, animal feces, metals, gasoline, and other toxins that remain long after the use. That every residential water customer in New Haven subsidized the Yale Golf Course's use of up to 200,000 gallons of municipal water per day for nearly 20 years, water that Yale purchased at a discount. Or that every plastic turf athletic field in the city is maintained with detergents and pesticides, off gases in hot weather, and required regular watering, and then ends up in a landfill. It is time we hire staff people to work on these issues. I am thrilled that we are going to get a climate sustainability office and that it will be staffed by 2 people, and I thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura.
Julia. Portico, Julia. Nasir Underwood. After Nasir, Nas, Wanda Ferracisi.
Ferreira.
Ferreira. Forgive me.
Hello. Hello. Can you use the microphone, please, and give us your name and address for the record? Okay.
Hello. Good. So my name is Nasir Underwood. I live on 19 Olive Street, New Orleans. So my name is Nasir Underwood. I'm currently moving, well, I am moving here, and I currently reside at 19 Olive Street in New Orleans. From the start, I would like to make it clear that I am here today as a vessel for my community, having earned their consent through door knocking, rallying, listening, and most importantly, brainstorming about the direction that we as a collective see.
I'm scared. You're doing
You're doing good.
Go ahead.
You're doing good.
Here we go. Sorry.
That's all right.
All right, so from the start, I would like to make it clear that I am here today as a vessel for my community, having earned their consent through door knocking, rallying, and listening, and most importantly, brainstorming the direction that we as a collective see for the brightest future for our youth, our elderly, our businesses, our education, overall, our community, and its entirety. These conversations are not new. Long before I began my work with Green Horizon, the call for investment and accountability in the places that need the most, like Fairhaven, the Hill, and Newellville, has been left unanswered for decades. For any of you who are unclear with what your electorate asks of you in this pivotal time in our history, you are in luck. Because we as stakeholders in our community have knocked on the doors of our neighbors, encourage our neighbors to knock on their neighbors' door, and spoke about our needs in our communities. Jobs has been at the heart of many of the conversations that we've had throughout the city. Even when our community deserves to only have to work one job to safely provide for their families. So one of the things that we believe is part of our rescue movement is to allocate some funds from the American Rescue Plan to establish job pipelines, dignified and secure jobs, giving people benefits like paid family leave, healthcare coverage, and pay that reflects the rising costs of living. Especially in New Haven, a city where the communities surrounding the center of the law, Yale, bear the burden of higher taxes as a way for the city to make up the difference where Yale not paying their taxes. I can assure you that Yale is more capable of paying their property taxes for all of their buildings than a New Haven resident who owns their home in New where the economic security is already strained.
1 minute.
What I would like us to consider mostly in this regard is the impact of job security on the youth in our city. If a child's parent or caregiver has to work multiple jobs for the ends meet, do you believe that the child will receive the appropriate love and care necessary to develop into a productive citizen? As that child gets older, into their teenage years and adult years, developing more of an understanding of their surroundings and seeing their parents struggle to pay the bills. Do you think? Do you think that the young was the same will of not being involved with the streets when the opportunity and fast money presents itself? With these questions in mind, I would like to not to consider the issues of new programs and schools throughout our city. I have had the extreme joy of working with children that lead for the past 3 years, spending my time teaching and mentoring children ages 7 to 12 years old during the summer and after school. I consider myself an educator in every sense of the word, and I love my community and believe that we as a city have built our youth today. Others in our community see for things like the European House and the Dominican Coliseum as youth struggle with our community. Usually this nostalgia is followed by a strong confusion concerning the absence of space like these for our youth today. On Winchester Avenue, just before that street, there is a building that is abandoned within the school. Many of us are familiar with it, we have traveled to the city alone. It is the primary example of the real estate opportunities in our city. Real estate that could be acquired by the city and renovated to serve as community centers for our youth to have a safe space to interact, get to learn, gain new experiences, and develop their interests in ways they themselves have not even thought of yet. We do not want our children to be in the streets shooting one another, but a city that is supposed to provide them with private security has left them vulnerable. In conjunction with their jobs and youth programs, people in our city have spoken about the need for affordable housing. Rent mortgage prices have gone up along with the overall cost, while people's needs have not adjusted to reflect that change. There was a man who walks around on that street that have gotten the pleasure of building a relationship with over the years. I stopped him on the street one day to survey him, to ask him about the issues and views for the direction of our community. The man has a job and he's usually in serious when I see him. I asked him the question, what is the most pressing issue affecting you and your family? He responded first with a lot of pride, followed by saying to me, I'm homeless, man. I just slept in someone's toilet last night. For me, it was a point of realization that someone who I never suspected was going through an unimaginable living situation. And what amazed me was his positive spirit day in and day out. I hope this testimony gives you some insight into the struggles of our community, and that everyone's testimony tonight has served as a call to action. Thank you.
Dr. Wanda Jamal Henderson.
Thank you again, everybody, for your patience. We are nearing the end of our list. We encourage folks to hang on for a few minutes longer. And Mr. Rivera, please use the microphone and give us your name and address for the record.
Hello. Right? Yep. My name is Wanda Ferreira. I live at 116 Button Street, New Haven. I'm a member of Local 34 Executive Board, and I'm a long-term resident of the Hill neighborhood. As a city, we need to invest more in our youth. Not every kid will or need to go to college, but they should have an option by the time they graduate. Every kid deserves to have support they need from pre-K3 to the 12th grade. Our education is always the system that takes the blow. And so we should be using our money to fill those holes, decrease classroom size, and provide more youth opportunity. We need to start our kids young with universal pre-K, that every child can start school at 3 years old without a fee. This should be quality education, and the kids should meet the metrics by the time they are in the 3rd grade. Private daycare is unaffordable for many families that live in New Haven, and it sets our children behind. We should also do more to fix the inequality in our schools. I lived in the Hill, but I did not send my kids to our neighborhood school. The metrics for these schools were low, and I didn't believe the schools would give the kids the start they needed. Meanwhile, schools in Westville, East Park area, like Edgewood and Worthington Hooker, have a much better educational outcome. The difference between the school and the different neighborhoods can make it feel like we're redlining in our own school district. We need to figure out what's worked and how to fix the problem in all our city schools. Finally, we need more youth opportunity. As everyone has said tonight, a good guidance in our school. If a student plays a sport, they're usually doing something, then they should have the option to work after school. Jobs keep kids out of the noise and the nonsense. We need these jobs, and guidance counselors should be directing kids to these opportunities that are available. Kids also need to know about the vocational and trade school options once they reach high school. Every 3-year-old in New Haven should be on the path to a good paying, good paying job and rewarding careers. By the time they are graduating from high school, they should have a choice and be filled with hope. The art money should bring us closer to that goal.
Thank you, Ms. Ferreira.
Thank you. Jamal Henderson. Jamal, Dana, and Stephanie Boyd. After Ms. Boyd will be Sean Williams.
Good evening. My name is Jamal Henderson, and I live at 103 Goodyear Street. I'm here today speaking on behalf of New Haven Rising because I want to help to give my community a voice. Over the past few months, I have been going around my neighborhood and I've been speaking with several residents about their needs. I have surveyed over 35 individuals, and I'm here to share some of my top issues, some of their top issues that they have identified. Excuse me. Most people I have spoken with have expressed concerns over being unable to access well-paying jobs. I know the value of a good union job as a United Air Local 217 member who works at Southern Connecticut State University. But more of our residents need access to good jobs with union protections, wages, and benefits. People are unable to get the support they need to adequately provide for their families and keep up with the rising cost of living. People in our community are also afraid for the safety of their families, as young people are being killed on our streets every year. Even as I was surveying someone in New Hallville and talking to them about safety concerns, we witnessed an incident involving a young person with firearms. This just shows the immediate urgency of the situation and stressing the importance of advocating for safer spaces for our youth. Our community has been united on this issue for years. I can even think back a few years ago when over 200 people marched in New Hallville on behalf of Tyree B. Key's memory. We continue to stand strong together. We will not stop fighting for justice and equality in our community. Through the new ARP funds, the city of New Haven has an opportunity to improve our neighborhoods and help thousands of people. Among other things, the city should invest in robust programs to help provide folks with better access to good union jobs. There is also a need for affordable housing in New Haven, as well as additional safe spaces for our community. The new Q House is an important step in the right direction, but it isn't enough for all of our youth. Our youth in particular, they need more safe spaces where they can feel comfortable expressing their concerns, collaborate with each other, and find strong mentors to support them. I believe that every neighborhood needs such a safe space, and it is time for the city of New Haven to provide more equity development programs for our youth and invest in our future. Thank you guys very much and have a blessed evening.
Thank you, sir.
Deputy BoA.
Deputy BoA. Sean Williams.
So, use the microphone, please, and name and address for the record.
My name is Sean Williams. I live on 370 Huntington. I'm here to testify on behalf of myself and my mother, Shakia Booker. Over the past month, my mother and I have been out with New Haven Rising, knocking on doors, talking to our neighbors in Hallville about their most pressing issues, the new money in our city budget, and how we see this money invested in our community to address those issues. Together, we surveyed about more than 50 plus of our neighbors, starting on where we live on Huntington Street, as well as people in my school. Most of the neighbors we spoke to brought up safety and security. They spoke about how violence is largely a result of young people having nothing to do, no job opportunities, safe spaces, or activities after school. My mother lost 2 of her brothers to gun violence in the streets of New Hallville, one in 1999 before I was born, and another in 2013. So I know that while she's fighting for safety in New Hallville and across New Haven, she's really out there fighting for me and my siblings. For our future, going out to talk to neighbors isn't easy, but I know us young adults need to fight for ourselves and be a part of building conscience in our community. In our neighborhood, hearing gunshots isn't an uncommon occurrence, mainly because we hear it at least once a week, at least like once every single week. When I say once a week, I mean once every 5 to 10 days, and recently it's been getting more frequently. Nowadays, I never see kids outside playing or even hanging out because there's always that concern of them being exposed to dangers that children should never be exposed to. Seeing this makes me very unhappy because I know when I was younger, I had fun being outside in the neighborhood and playing with friends that I met less than 24 hours ago, not worrying about how to avoid being shot. Nowadays, we shouldn't have to give our sons, brothers, sisters, or cousins a guide on what not to do when going to play to the park. Our neighbors agree if we really want this violence to stop, the money invested in New Hallville should create community centers and job opportunities for young people and their parents. We need resource centers that can motivate and train youth to join the workforce. And we also need employers to commit to hiring. If opportunities for furthering education and employment don't exist, how can we expect New Hallville, young people to invest in New Hallville? We need our hope to be justified. We need our hope to be justified by meaningful investment, specifically investing that community members are calling for and ready to own. We'll keep fighting for it.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of our testimony, public testimony.
Would any other member of the public wish to testify on this item this evening? Would any other member of the public wish to testify on this item this evening? And for a third time, would any other member of the public wish to testify on the mayor's proposed $53 million allocation of ARPA funds? Oh, goodness. We welcome to the table former alderperson Alfreda Edwards.
Thank you very much.
And we thank you for gracing us with your presence. Please sit down and Grab a microphone. And name and address for the record.
Alfreda Edwards, 122 Sheffield Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut.
Microphone, ma'am, please. Thank you.
Do they work?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, on a serious note, if everybody think about how much money are we talking about? How much money are we talking about from the COVID money are we talking about?
From another person.
They can't hear you in the
do
back.
need to use the microphone. Otherwise, the folks. cannot
Okay.
hear you.
All right, how much money are we really talking about
Hold
from
it
the,
up, hold it up like this.
from the COVID money?
$53 million.
That's for the whole city of New Haven.
That's what's on the table at the moment.
Do you know if anything else is going to be coming in? You said for the moment, talk about it.
So we heard at the very beginning of the presentation tonight that there's $115 million that are coming in from various federal pathways to the city. A good deal of it has already been allocated, 38 million as I recall. 53 million is what's forced now, and there'll be another 20+ million that could be allocated later.
Okay. Now, we had a meeting at Hill House. I don't know how many people attended the meeting at Hill House. There's a meeting at Hill House High School. And everyone said, a lot of people came and they put out their ideas and they talked about what they thought should be the communities would meet, some of the communities. Now, I heard, and I know I heard, that someone suggested that maybe each ward would get $1 million. Now, you wrote it was written on the sheets that they had when they were taking the ideas. Now, I don't know where they are. But there's so many other things that we need a trade school. We need a trade school. I feel like that. Now, I live in New Hallville, and here it is. We have the welfare department that's just sitting there. It's empty. I think that it should be taken and made. I mean, we don't have to, start from the ground, but that could be utilized as a trade school. It could be utilized as a youth center. There's a lot of things that it could be utilized if we take our time to sit down to try to figure out what do we want. Now, and there's a great need for that. We know the Q House, and I know people are tired of hearing about the Q House. Okay, we need more places like the Q House in our communities, okay? Because they're not gonna build another Q House in New Orleans. I mean, just, because they're not gonna do it, because it's not feasible to do so. But I think that we need to talk about our mental health programs that we have. We just have, we got too many things that we need. We don't even have a police force, do we? Do we have we don't even have a police force, do we? No, do we? How many people do we have on? The functional police force, so maybe I'm saying the wrong thing because I always get in trouble. But it's just, we just need so much, and right, I don't see how it's going to work out the way over 100, what the money that we have coming in. That's my thing. Then we have the mental health programs. We need mental health programs. We just need so much. And the taxes are going up. And the other thing I'd like to say too, I thought when Section 8 came in, that the Section 8 was to help people, the landlords, to keep up their apartments, give them more rent money. And also, it would also help, the tenants, but that's seemed like that's not true. Am I correct with what was Section 8 set up to be? So you put someone in your apartment, and they supposed to take care of it, live, a decent apartment, and the landlord would collect money, that was a decent price for their property. But some of them are getting a decent price, and it looks like that tower in the community, the houses that they live in, windows all shabby and everything else. And then you have a certain landlord. I don't see. Money spends, so I guess that's why they're allowed to just have everything look like a shambles. All right, I'm be quiet.
Thank you. The former elder. Testimony from the public on the topic this evening. Hearing none, I will take a motion to close the public portion. Second. There is a motion, folks, we are still having a proceeding here, so we need you to keep it down for a moment. I have a motion to close the public portion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing this is a discussion among alders who are on the finance committee for the motion. Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed. The motion carries. Let me just make a quick announcement before people leave. We are not taking action on this item tonight. There will be further meetings on this topic before this committee. We haven't yet scheduled them, but when we do, we will let it be known wide and far. We at least we need the city staff to have another opportunity to engage with the committee and answer questions about the details of the allocation proposal. And then we'll need to deliberate as well. So we encourage residents to stay informed, stay tuned about future meetings on this very important topic. And I thank everybody who came to give testimony and to listen to residents about their vision for what needs these funds could help to meet. We are now going to take a 5-minute recess, and when we come back, we'll do the second part of our meeting, which is a series of departmental workshops on the mayor's proposed budget. We are now in recess.
Good.
Yeah.
Can we go home and do this on Zoom?
Do you mean to say, should you fall asleep in the next part of the meeting?
Yeah, right.
Combat paid for that.
Huh. And this is that was on part 1. What are you looking for?
Extra presentation for tonight.
Which one? This?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's only part 1, right? I sure hope not. At 12 o'clock, the lights go off, so we can't stay fast well. Or, Barbara, can I get some more copy of my flyer?
Yeah, I think you could probably. So, I forgot to CC him on the email. I sent all of them. So there's one in there that each person who's participating got their flyer plus the city one in an email. So
yeah, I just forwarded it to one of my co-chairs.
Right, because if they do a board email or something, you know, or if they want to print a couple copies, everybody gets print copies.
I just wanted to say thank you. It's a long night tonight.
Thank you very much for your team and your presentation.
Look through it, and I think there's a lot of alignment with what we're doing. So we'll continue to
It's an ongoing conversation. It sounds like what the residents are speaking on is in alignment with the mayor's proposal. So.
The meeting in Hill House was really good because it is right the pressures that were going on, housing, the fact that all the jobs were. So I think it was, as much as it was a tough time, it was a good time to be asked to hear.
Right. That's good. I apologize. We're gonna be
inflation. Oh my God, the inflation. All right, you take care.
Thank you all.
The rest of it goes
Yes,
well.
have a blessed night, folks. Thank you for being here.
Oh, yeah.
Well, so, you should.
Oh,
4 hours.
now. Patience, patience, patience.
Slide deck for you guys. Kidding. I think I should skip it.
How can I?